All right, welcome. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate that. To Group 6 here.
Group
Shout outs.
six.
Yeah, there's the
Group
shout outs. That's
six.
great. We're session 4, looks like, so that's good. So going through the recap, we had navigated into the tunnel. We had the whole sequence happen in regard to this war camp, right, with these Duergar, these gray dwarves, right? And from that, kind of battle ensued. The tent sequence moved over. There was a large explosion. It was very climactic. There was a lot of things that had happened. In particular, there's two individuals I would say to pay note of from that sequence, or maybe even two individuals in one thing. The first individual was the one that was kicked and fell to their death after pretty much the entire combat that we had. They were just falling down the 200 feet of the cliffside there. Was the way that they communicated and their abilities of talking and telepathy and things. And I think that really for Ezekiel was really the only one to kind of perceive that, right? And it's really the only person in the actual party that knew that that character had that kind of capabilities. And that was a bit interesting. The other character was this mage that seemed to be a little bit more regal dressed, no armor, and had potentials of great magic. And was quite intelligent in using, again, going to that thing was these casks of this black kind of liquid of this toxic substance that seemed to be an incendiary, which is explosive. And this mage seemed to know that and attempted to use that to defeat Ezekiel with the explosion. One thing to note from that as well is that it had a blatant disregard for the soldiers that surrounded Ezekiel, and that some of the actual substance was being thrown off, and regardless was still going to light it ablaze. Um, from that, you had right the end seemed to be that kind of that bridge. So there was potentially an extension, right, of the tunneling and how it worked. But you all were able to kind of cave that down, right? You brought that down in addition to the other tunnels. So you were systematically kind of backtracking through as you left this area in anticipation to be greeted by the miners or the crew of the rock mining company that went into the actual cave to protect and defend. With Pelu was there, which was which Pelu was uh, persuaded to give a handsome amount of coin for two of the miners that were captive that you all rescued. Taking one of the individuals that had not perished, one of these Duergar, and he's still not dead, kind of an unconscious, restrained, gagged state, I would state. You made your way to the field house where Pelu Riza had spoken about the missing prospectors. These missing prospectors had been gone for a good period, and was kind of drafting a contract, if you will, to potentially sign to be able to negotiate this arrangement to find them. And in this context of this contract, you all were going through steps to really understand Pelu's motivation, and Pelu, albeit flamboyant and very eccentric, seemed to be honest and truthful with what they were trying to do and trying to accomplish. They also showed they have a great deal of gold and were willing to pay for such an endeavor such as this. You all um, kind of delegated and talked about it. If I recall correctly, I do not believe you all came to a conclusion quite yet. You told Pelu that you were going to come back and come back with an answer and try to figure it out, as you all are heading now to the manor, so the actual Duke's Umbrian Arilla's manor. You've been invited by one of the servants there, and you were going to be taking this Duergar, if I recall, to that dinner event. So that really does conclude the recap. I don't need to go into too other detailed with the conversation with Palo unless you all have questions about that. So we'll go ahead and I'll unpause it and we can get started.
Okay, how are we gonna handle bring the Duergar to the dinner?
I got him up on my shoulder already. What do you
No, I
mean?
mean like, how are we gonna handle like not seeming crazy by doing that?
Well, you should definitely do the talking.
Yes, great. That'll make us seem completely sane. Let's do it.
should we even necessarily tell him that we have this guy right off the bat? Maybe
I
stash
think
him somewhere?
I think we find a guard and we just tell him to stick them in the prison, and then we tell the Duke about it during the meal, without showing. I think we should just pop out with him because it's gonna be a lot of layers of shock at once. Basically the boogeyman is real and they have him captured with them. That might be a bit of a few layers to go through.
Yeah, but
in the
hold
first-
on now. We didn't that one other dwarf say that there was some uppity human that was out like working with these guys? What
Exactly.
if
I think
What if
the
Duke
element
was
of
the one on the phone?
surprise is gonna help us. So bringing them right away and seeing who reacts is gonna be crucial.
In that case, why don't we just bring a head? I bet that'll be a bigger reaction.
He could talk. He could talk with his head attached. He can't talk with his head not attached.
Well, it depends. I've seen some pretty
No, but
good
we have
ventriloquist
a lot of
bits in my
extra
time.
heads. Saying we don't need to kill this one, but if we want to see who reacts emotionally or just seems the most scared at a Durgar being present, bringing a head would bring a bigger message. Although
I think-
guards with them, that would kind of screw everything
How much
up.
experience do you have with coercing information out of people?
Not much, but I
via
can
various
imagine if someone
means.
came with one of your guys' heads, I'd be freaked out.
No, but the possibility that this gentleman over here will talk to us and tell us what we want to know could elicit a bigger reaction from someone who is keeping secrets.
Right.
If he's
Can
dead,
I-
he can't talk. If he's alive, there's a multitude of ways to get information out of him.
So perhaps a middle ground of surprising and seeing if that reveals any information of these fancy people and also not killing them right away. Are any of you capable of making a creature invisible?
Yes.
So I put him on my shoulders and kind of put him over like a fireman's carry with his arm still bound. Like, can you make him invisible on me right before we go into the Dukes? And then when we want to, we can reveal it. You can make them, I'm assuming, uninvisible.
Sure. Although keep a good track on him. These guys can turn invisible normally. I don't want him we don't need him becoming invisible and getting away. So be careful with him as well. I'm sorry.
Right. So I have him like fireman's carry, so he's draped over one shoulder and over the other with his hands bound like a backpack over my chest, right? So be very hard for him to escape without me feeling the presence of a dwarf leaving that's what, 200 pounds?
Yeah, what, more greater than 200 pounds. He still has his armor on, so you're looking at probably 280 at least in this.
Right.
Okay, yeah. I'm not worried then. I'm gonna walk
Hogtied
over.
and gagged. Yeah.
So with him hogtied, wrap him around my shoulders, wearing him almost kind of like a backpack. Then if you could make him invisible, that would be able to reveal when we wish to.
Okay. I walk over to the Durgar and I cast invisibility on it.
Okay.
Now, hey guys, didn't that other that guy was all about the rocks that we visited earlier? Didn't he say that this Duke man had something kind of similar that he brought in earlier? What do you say if we're trying to entertain, one of us can sneak off, see if we can find this little rock, and I don't know, maybe compare it to one of ours?
I thought it was Palu that had
That
the.
was Paleo.
Was it Palu that had it?
Yeah.
Oh, poo. Well, never mind. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that guy's on the level, so. Still, though, something about this Duke
Yeah.
On the
kind of strikes me funny.
I trust nobility even less than I trust businessmen, so I agree with you.
Well, we have no reason not to trust them at the moment, but why don't we go and talk to him and then play it from there?
Yes.
Thea, you're if you could keep your ear out for it, and everybody keep an eye out. But
Less talking, more time to eat.
I agree,
Yes.
Reg. You lead the way.
Also, the spell only lasts so long, so we shouldn't dilly-dally. We don't need to rush.
All
That's
right,
what, don't need.
Well, we have to go there for dinner, so we're going there now.
Hey, think he has indoor plumbing? I heard some rich folks have that inside their mansions and stuff. You can poop inside the house. It's amazing.
It is amazing.
Well, you can
isn't
poop
it,
inside of
Joe?
any house.
Well.
Indoor plumbing. How common is indoor plumbing in Iraq?
Okay, so as you all begin to migrate off of the the protrusion of the rock of the mountainside there, and again, it's not too far getting into back to the village of Iraq. You can see at this time that the fires are quite thick, billowing upwards from this mountainous village. Many people are actually walking with you as now they're coming out of the mine and moving with you, kind of your backsides or in front of you, and so they're all coming back to the village. Maybe a change of a shift or something is occurring, right? So kind of being fallen into that. People are talking, they're muttering. A lot of people are looking at you as they're kind of looking and they're staring at you, and some of them are whispering very similar thoughts of "These are the ones. This is the ones." They're kind of cheery in a way sometimes. As you get into the village, pass by the stables, you hear the bleating of goats. Kind of emanating through the fires, kind of being stoked to keep them warm as well within the stables. And a lot of people are kind of pitching their tents in the market square, as well as lighting fires of their own. So you're getting this, it's almost, I would say, difficult to breathe. That's definitely a word to use with how cold it's getting and how much smoke is coming out, right? It's kind of sitting down and that layer is really filling in to the bluff on this village where it resides on. Eventually you come, I'm going to go and activate the map, to a cobbled road, and it seems to be cleared off or shoveled off of the snow, right? So it's been cleared. This cobbled road kind of winds itself a little bit up to a slightly elevated position from the actual village, and it's very much away from it in a way. It's not really smashed in like the rest of the hovels and structures in the village. From what you can tell as you approach it, there is a small garden with an iron kind of gate that's been rounding and slightly rusted at this point from how much water and moisture has been attached to it. There's thickets and bushes that have been built and grown here and could potentially flower on rare occasions. As you make your way on this bricked, cobbled kind of path and winding up, you notice the manor itself here is 2 stories. It has this kind of rock-walled structure, and as you're kind of stretching through some of the interior of the cracks of the rock wall, you can tell that it's wood. So the primary material is wood of this structure. Clay-tiled roofing, which is rather impressive. The windows themselves are mosaic glazed with metal etching. The door is a double wooden door with 2 pocket windows with privacy glass inlaid into them, and the actual handles are wrought iron curled with a little bit of tinges of silver metal with accents. You notice that there is a kind of an annex, so the second story doesn't sit over the entire structure. That kind of resides on the western side of the building here. And there is a path that's been dug out with wagon wheels and horse tracks, suggesting that there is a kind of a garage of sorts with the double wooden doors directly to the west. You can kind of stretch and look to there. You can see a wagon parked outside. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it as you approach the front door.
It's a party house. Ain't seen something like that since the corrupt county administrator got taken down by that posse for being on the take. Never can trust these rich buggers.
Never can.
You've lived an amazing life, Joe.
Oh, you don't know the half of it.
Actually, can we know the half of it? Like, one day, can we just hear about your life? This sounds very interesting.
Yeah, not right now, though.
Well,
Not right
Reach
now.
up and knock on the door.
Knock on the door.
Yep.
Your voice coming from 1 second, please. 1 second. Walks up and you hear kind of a lock undo, and the door opens and takes a step back at the base of the stairs. Inside, just appearing, it seems to be this darker kind of white marble flooring with a staircase that rounds to a kind of a landing of sorts and continues back up into the second floor, vaulted ceilings of 11 feet. There's shelving art decor kind of scattered about, as well as lanterns that are made of copper or bronze with fresh candles that are kind of brighten them and creating quite a lot of light. There's a wardrobe to the side of the staircase, potentially for coats and other things. You see this one in front of you is someone that is familiar, a servant of the Duke. They're currently wearing, from what you can tell, is kind of like a maroon purplish tunic underneath a matching vest with golden accents. And there are kind of blackish leather pants that work themselves into large and tall boots up to the knee. And you can tell that potentially this person might go in and out and they have to be dressed for both occasions, but they're very much in a regal kind of set. There is an amulet across the neck, silver, with kind of a closed locket, potentially maybe a picture or photo or something along those lines, maybe within it. And kind of on the bracers, there's a couple different circlets of silver. They kind of stretch and look. They immediately prompt to walk in. Oh, come in, please. Come in. Coats, it is if you need me to take your garments or any of your warmer clothes. It's this way.
I think I'm all right, Nike.
I'm fine.
All right. Well, come in. Pushes past. Goes aim for this particular door, the double one door here, and opens it and swings it open. Takes a step to the side. Zico, I'm assuming you're still carrying. So as Elise prompts you inside, you begin to come into a dining hall of sorts. This particular room has matching 11-foot vaulted ceilings with the rafters slightly exposed with a couple wooden beams supporting the large hulking kind of frame of the room without having any sort of support beams throughout. You notice a very elongated rectangular table fit with silver, kind of silverware, as well as goblets, pitchers, and platters, some of which are made of wood as well, kind of giving different kind of sort of accents. All of the linens are the same coloration, which is this pale purplish with silver circlets that kind of go over the napkin-esque, and they're kind of placed in a beautiful dovetail of sorts and a decoration upon the actual plates. You notice there is many different chairs and many chairs, I should say, and many settings upon this table. It's quite elaborate for only the individuals, right? It's not nearly that many people coming into the space. Continue with the kind of pond coming in. You notice that there is a kind of a door frame towards the east side of the wall. This leads into another room. There's a couple lounge chairs, two fireplaces within there as you're kind of walking in. Kind of getting an idea. There's a billiards table as well. Maybe a couple, like a small bar. Very elaborate with some of the rugs kind of underneath many different things. There's a fireplace in this particular space, and that is what is a good distinction of the manor itself, is that there is fireplaces literally everywhere to provide warmth. And this is why I made the distinction of windows, right? There's so many windows in this place giving light and other things. They have to compensate with having their fires running 24/7 in all of the rooms to be able to keep the warmth. The door shuts behind as Elise kind of steps forward, does a small curtsy. Duke Umbrine Orillo, please welcome. These are the ones that I was searching for those to recount the tales of what has happened. If you all would please just take seats anywhere is fine. Nothing really too particular. Please, please. And she begins to motion afterwards and then takes a step back, aim towards the kitchen door. There's a chandelier made of crystal above this table as well, dangling down. And there's numerous pieces of like art decor dangling and other sorts of like oil paintings and things on the walls. A couple different shelves as well with trinkets. Another wardrobe sits in the corner, potentially for actual clothes and other sorts of things, maybe. Sitting at the head of the table, giving a description of this particular character. This is a slender and pale male human. Appears to have a fair skin and hazel eyes, elegant face with high cheekbones, and a beautiful complexion. He has short, wavy brown hair and wears a dark fur cloak over a red leather vest and a white silk tunic. There's black leather pants. They're tucked into black leather and gold-laced fur boots. Black leather belt, a few leather purses attached. Torn upon his neck is a gold necklace with a very interesting white gemstone. His fingers adorn several gold and silver rings with random precious stones. Currently has a golden goblet and a golden pitcher at the table, like all the rest of the silver, and is kind of pouring it out and just kind of sloshes around, smelling it. Oh, Elise, oh, thank you so much, my dear, thank you. Please, would you please go ask if Gustavo is ready for dinner now that they've joined us here? She begins to take a step, opens a wooden door with some slight metallic etching towards it and shuts it as the smell of food kind of wafts outwards, as well as a large amount of light from that door being opened. Well, stands up. Welcome. Welcome all. Wow. Please
Hey,
take
y'all got
seats.
that indoor plumbing?
Well, yes, we do have bathrooms, if that's what you're asking. Not particularly on this floor. I do have them upstairs. We not really had a idea when this manor was built for entertaining guests, particularly. So, but yes, there's, I suppose, honestly, plumbing. I don't know what you would constitute that. My estate in Alathan, I would say that there's more exquisite accommodations, but here will do.
Mind
you
if I check
needing-
that out?
It's rather odd. We haven't had any food yet, but if you need to use the bathroom, you can. If you want to head upstairs, the stairs are over there, and it should be one of the rooms directly on the staircase to your right. As you,
I'm obliged to you.
all right.
What, am I going the right way?
Which one of the servants kind of stretches and looks and points directly to the double doors to your south side, aimed for the staircase you saw in the entryway where you came in at.
Ah,
I would like to take a look at his jewels to see if any of them are magical, specifically the quite interesting one on his neck, like in the necklace. I mean, not like too closely, but like, just a quick eyeball of it. Just like, do those look magical? Like, is this guy? Because that could be it. Yeah.
1 second. We'll pull you to seats so you get on the second floor. All right.
Ew. I'll be
so
damned
you
would you
get-
look at that.
So right now, based on your distance, right, you can understand that some of the gems and things are quite exquisite and precious in a way. The actual amulet upon the around the neck. I'm gonna have you roll a perception check, please.
15.
15. It seems to be interesting. It's kind of an inlay of sorts of silvers. It's kind of stretched down, and its shape itself is quite odd in ways you're looking at it. The distance between you currently and the Duke is too great to see any more details. Well, introductions, I suppose, are in order. I mean, you are. I suppose we go around the table. I'll introduce myself. I mean, I suppose that's necessary. My name is Duke Umbrian Orillo. I am put in place here by the great Lord Thalen Falor, which presides over the Frosthorn and part of the northern Gorn Valley, and currently sits on the throne of the Falor Keep, which is in Othema, a beautiful holy city. If you make your way there, do check out the Sun Tree. It's an immaculate sight. I was placed here to do one thing. It was to expedite the process of shipping iron ore out of this very plentiful mine. And it's not the only one of its kind, but takes, I would say, a deft hand to move the many people that are inside of this village, as well as working with Pelu. It can be a little bit of a handful sometimes. But be as that may, I'm here to run a tight ship, and we've done very well. Now, please do introduce yourselves and explain how is it that you got here exactly?
I guess I will go first then. I walk kind of up to the Duke, and I go to shake his hand.
Wonderful. And your name, please?
I am Zelthus Firesalt. Great to make your acquaintance.
Ah, yes. Interesting name. You tell
While I'm
Zel.
there, while I'm there, I would like to get a closer look at that amulet.
Okay. The stone itself that is inlaid is awfully a lot like yours, except it is white. Shakes your hand. Zelith as well. Firesalt, no less. It seems like a name I've heard before. Used to run I still do. I have a company based out of Lathan that is dealing in import and export of goods. Bulk goods, I should say. Sounds like something I would catch my name to, but I've been out of the business for some time. I've had people hired on, and my estate is still in Lathan there. My wife currently lives there.
Oh, do tell about your wife. How's she doing?
Messages every so often. Doing quite well, I suppose. And for the rest of you, who are you?
I'm Othala.
Paula? Wonderful. Nice to meet you.
Ezekiel.
So you
I nod at him and just say, "I'm Thea."
Ah,
Real quick, sorry. He said he was put here to do one thing, and he was very stern about that. Can I do an insight check to see if he's being entirely truthful in that statement?
so your passive insight currently, I mean, obviously, passive insight is quite high. You to tell that that statement is truthful. You can attempt to roll if you're
Okay.
thinking if they're lying to you, but currently not a lot to go off of. So just having a good chit chat with y'all.
So yeah, I just introduce, I nod my head and I say, "I'm Thea."
Okay. After your introductions, Lise kind of steps in. Yes,
Reg, do you introduce yourself?
Reg is waiting for food.
Lise takes a step through, comes in, looks towards the Duke. Yes, well, we are ready to serve. I will go around drinks for you all. For you. Walks up to you, Othala. Wine,
Could you repeat that?
ale. We have wine, ale, mead. We can get you some water as well if you'd like.
Wine preferably. Thank you.
Wine, of course. Continues around the table. Goes to you, Zico.
I'm okay, thank you.
Oh, of course, of course. Continues walk through. Goes to you there.
I'll have some ale, please.
Ale, of course. Continues to walk through. Bell.
You said you had wine?
Yes.
Then I will take some of that, please.
Wonderful. And for you.
Mead is fine.
Oh, wonderful. I'll be right back, and the first course will be served soon. Says back, does a curtsy after shutting the door. Dirty Joe, what are you doing?
I'm trying to get into every room that I can, poking my nose into every nook and cranny that's available to me.
All right,
Because there doesn't seem to be anybody up here. I'm trying to find any evidence of anything that looked like those Duragar that we ran into earlier today.
All right, well, all the doors are locked as you went through, except for just the bathroom. There's a side door to the bathroom, but that door is locked.
And I don't see anything else untoward.
No, there seems to be a kind of a general or a kind of entry chamber here on the second floor as the stairs is going to wind up, and you can kind of see the long hallway directly to the north that ends with a beautiful mosaic oil painting. And then there's a single door to the west, or the double window door to the north, and then there's a door in the hallway. And most of what you're seeing right now is this black and marbled flooring, which is contrasting that below and the artwork around, but the doors themselves are locked.
Well, it was a nice enough bathroom anyway.
You go
I'm gonna
downstairs?
Yeah, I'm making my way back down.
Okay. So a little bit passes by. Lise comes out, begins to give you all your drinks. It seems to also be corking open a couple different bottles and filling them with the different pitchers, taking them from the table and coming back and forth. Eventually stops by you, Dirty Joe, and asks you what you would like to drink.
Whatever Reg is having.
Mead. All right. Comes back with mead, gives it to you. First course yet to be served. Lisa's hopped back to the kitchen. Ah, yes. How was the bathroom? Was it to your liking?
It was some fancy plumbing, if I do say so myself. Now, was that some burled redwood that I saw in the wood panel insets there?
I maybe. I don't know. I simply placed the order for things and had people build this fine manor, and I suppose it could be. What's your name?
I'm Dirty Joe Buckwilder. Pleased to meet you.
Dirty Joe. Interesting. Why did they call you Dirty?
Well, 'cause of how dirty I do anybody what crosses me and my friends.
Seems to be quite the title provided to you. What across you? Well, you see as the first course now goes around, gets served. It seems to be kind of a soup of some kind that's been poured into a couple different bowls, and different ladles are coming around. And You notice there's a different amount of silverware, each for its own course, suggesting this is going to be a 5-course meal. So, now that we have our pleasant introductions and we have our fine course here, the food will just keep coming, and perhaps we can just keep talking. Is there? Do explain to me that the words on the village and some of these people, according to Elise, I've yet to leave the manor myself. I've spoken with a couple of the guard though, and they tell of terrible tragedy, and we could not, from the knowledge that at least I have garnished, to really decipher what truly happened. Many of them were below deck and of this particular ship and unable. And if I recall, they called the ship the Striker, which, from my recollection, owned by the Far Water Company. Yes.
Yes, I believe so.
And well, it's been some time, but I believe Captain Kilu Yan was on that ship, captaining that ship. Yes.
Still is.
Still is. Does he survive?
He did
Don't
what all
know.
good captains do.
Did what all good captains do. Please elaborate on this. Sits back and begins to slosh the wine.
He
How
refused.
interested does he seem in Zell's answer?
Seems very interested. That's why he asked you all to come here, because he's very interested in what happened.
I would like to figure out what he wants me to say. Like, what he wants me to say for basically what I can say to make him like me the most. That's what I want to figure out.
I think that's just based on your roleplay at this point. He's just asking you a simple question.
Forgive my friends, Duke. They had a harrowing day and a little on edge. And if nobody else does, I will account in exact detail what happened with the ship, it going down. Nothing about our gemstones.
Okay. Oh my word. That is a horrific tragedy. All those innocent lives lost. At least you all were there to, for lack of better words, save the day. Maybe make sure these people are alive. Well, I will do what I can to provide aid, and of course I sent some of the guard to go by some of the more families that have taken in some of these people who survived, and giving them plenty of room and board and some gold as well to suffice for the troubles. And hopefully Barlow Grick is keeping many of those that sought the tavern to shelter as well. That's a horrible news, very horrible. If I might ask, is there any reason as to why this happened that you all know?
I
While
am
slurping soup loudly.
gonna cast message and message Ezekiel.
Okay.
And I'm gonna relay that he has an amulet that looks like it might be similar to what we have, so he could be related to it in some way. He may not, but he could be. I just want to pass that along.
Hey, I as a player know that it requires you to actually whisper what you're saying.
Yeah.
So Ezekiel wouldn't know that though, so he'd be like, and just think back, and nothing comes back to you.
I will state that in roughly 10 minutes or so, the invisibility will end. It only lasts an hour. It did take some travel time to get here, and we have been conversing.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and transition to the talk of Duragar. Specifically, maybe like kind of bring up like, yes, we had a fruitful conversation and meeting with Paleo. We helped him with some of his issues in the mine, then kind of transition into the whole Duragar
So
situation.
before we get to that, right, because that's just obviously you're switching the conversation, he's specifically asking, what, if any, information at all as to reasoning of why this happened.
No idea yet. Something about stones and chosen people. Didn't explain, jumped off the ship, went away.
They're hoping that you might know.
Yeah.
Stones and chosen people. Honestly, I have no idea. It seems such a strange event. Second course begins to come out as the soup bowls are kind of cleared and things are being picked up quite heavily. Another one of the servants from the kitchen actually reveals themselves. In addition to Elise, this is a halfling of sorts, a female with kind of blondish hair and older, elder features. Is beginning to set a course, the second course, which seems to be some sort of fish that's been kind of salt cured and baked. And there's other sorts of different luxurious green vegetables of kind of spinach and onions and shallots and different sorts of vegetables that you imagine that would be difficult to find up here. And this is elaborate spices and herbs as well as it's served out.
Just a quick note, DM. When she picks it up, she would notice that Ezekiel hasn't touched any food. It's
Okay.
just left untouched at all.
Same.
They don't say anything, they just pick it up. They're kind of just shaking their heads and moving politely. And
So I want to clarify to the party. You've seen this so far. Ezekiel has not eaten in front of you. So it's not like he's paranoid about it. So if you guys would normally eat, you don't have to be paranoid. It's just Ezekiel doesn't. You have not seen him eat in front of you.
Yeah, I'm paranoid. That's why I said I'm not eating.
Okay.
I haven't sipped my wine at all.
that's fine.
Yeah, I'm paranoid. I keep lifting my tankard or goblet of ale up, but the level's not going down.
Yeah, I
Zell
mean,
keeps eating and like looking at the others like, guys, it's not poisoned.
Yeah,
I mean,
Reg is eating
What?
it, trying to discern the spices and
yeah,
how to
sure.
recreate the dish.
Be that as may, right? So Ezekiel, you never eat in front of him, which is good for the party to make note. The particular servants, as well as the Duke, isn't taking it or offended in any way. Is really just kind of bringing the food out, bringing the food in, and the Duke at this point, based on the wine consumption, seems to have drank easily half a bottle of wine, just kind of slashing it down, drinking it, filling it up, drinking it, and this conversation, as it does, begins to near kind of the end of invisibility. Okay. So as Reg, you kind of give that kind of statement of things, and then the Duke states, I don't know, nothing that really comes to light, and anything that would be beneficial to you all. With that, the invisibility is ending, so you can see at this point after that hour has passed by, where particularly is the Duke are on the ground.
Say that last part again.
Is the Duergar on the ground, or is still on your shoulders sitting
No,
in a chair?
still on my shoulders.
Okay. So as the visibility ends, you can see that this gray dwarf upon the shoulders of Ezekiel becomes revealed, kind of still cradling down and is slightly moving side to side, and other things. You see the Duke just like stop and stare, just look at it and be like, "Oh,
How's he react?
what is this?"
Yeah, can I
We're go-
read that initial reaction a little bit more?
I would like to do as well, looking specifically to see if he recognizes not only the creature and if there's like some type of familiarity there, or if it's just general surprise at a person being invisible and reappearing.
Like, is it general surprise? Is it
Okay,
quickly
so-
masked and like surprise as an act, or what's going on?
Sure. Go ahead and both of you
I-
roll insight checks then.
I would like to do something similar, but instead for how drunk he is, and also if he has a playful side. Like, if we can like kind of turn him into a drinking buddy, or if he's more just drunk and has a drinking problem.
Mine
That's
should be a
gonna
16.
that's gonna be difficult to tell. I think you're just gonna have to roleplay that one, Zell, and figure it out. I mean, they've drinking a lot of wine, consumed it, and they seem to be having a joyous time and just talking about themselves.
I accidentally clicked twice. It's the 10 is the first one.
Okay, so we have 10 for
Yeah,
Ezekiel, and then
mine could be
16.
a 16.
16? Okay.
Yeah.
Both of you believe this genuine is reactionary and quite surprised, and seems to be flabbergasted.
Between
And there's nobody in this room except for us and him.
Correct. There is a servant kind of waiting by the door frame a little bit, right? Just kind of waiting to be called.
Is that servant human?
This particular servant is human. It's an older lady, gray hair, seems to be
What
female.
was her
and-
reaction?
Just taking a step back with the eyes and kind of slinks, just stares. It's waiting. But you took your insight to roll upon the Duke. That is your action for the reaction.
Okay.
Reg looks over at the Duke between mouthfuls, looks over at the Gradle. Found it in the mine. A couple of them down there.
Found them in the mine? Is this business I've heard with the tunneling in?
I believe so. At least if
Oh.
you've heard the same business we've heard.
Wait,
I thought,
where
Reg,
did
you want to tell him what happened?
it come from?
Deep.
A civilization of Grey Dwarfs.
No.
Why
How
don't you
did
let
it?
Reg tell the story?
How did it end up on the table? I'm so
Oh.
confused. Looks towards the
Brought
light
it
now.
with us.
Oh, you brought this creature here with you.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it under our eyesight. We can't let it escape. It's too valuable a witness, so we have to keep it under our watchful eyes.
Sweet.
Palu didn't want it. Can't put it back in the mine.
I mean, you all are
Can't eat it.
talking. It seems humanoid. It looks. It picks its head
It-
up. You kind of
It
waves.
does talk.
It does talk, but you're all referring to it like like it's. So you okay? So, okay, let's backtrack a little bit.
Well,
Walk
we
me-
didn't
walk me
say that,
through.
what it identifies as, so we're referring to it as it right now.
I should mention it eats other humanoids, so it's not like that morally objective to hogtie it.
Well, I'm very confused. Please walk me through what has happened here. I mean, I do know that there was a tunneling in that had occurred, and that Palu had sent messengers to maybe fetch some guard. I did what I could, and of course, gave my way to send them there. But can you please just elaborate what has occurred here exactly?
So, Palu wanted us to go into the mine. 2 miners were missing. 3 made it out during the tunneling. There's a bunch of these little guys in there. We took care of them. This is one of them we got. The 2 miners weren't in that first collapse tunnel. They were deeper down. They have a little stage camp. We may not have. Ezekiel over there may or may not have blown it up. But we got the miners back.
And we stopped a possible invasion, so bonus points.
Possible invasion.
I'm
Possibly
gonna
might have
shove
not
a
stopped
chair
it.
between me and Zell so it knocks him.
Was just to recap, Reg didn't know about them talking about the prince or anything. So Reg doesn't know that there's a larger force or who they're actually working for, because that was Ezekiel that talked to him.
Yeah, I don't know that I've shared that with anybody, that part.
Yeah, I know when you were
Yes.
discussing and interrogated them, Reg went down deeper into the tunnel. So
Yeah.
Reg is only explaining to the Duke what he knew and what happened.
Yeah, I'm taking that frame of mind. Yeah, no worries. Oh my goodness, an invasion. I mean, I need to get right on this right away. We need to send a letter to Lord Dallin for law. We need to get soldiers here. What business do they have of this village?
They have a business
Mining
with the
rights.
village.
Wait, what? Sorry, there's multiple people talking.
Mining rights.
Mining rights. About the rights
Territorial
to-
rights.
Territorial rights.
They believe that everything that's not the surface belongs to them, thus the mine does.
Seems just so odd. I mean, the mine has been operating for hundreds of years. Palu obviously purchased it and brought it back up to speed, but it seems just odd that it would happen now, of all the time.
Not as odd as you think. They did say that they have somebody here in town working with them.
They have
I
someone
want to know
here
what his reaction is to that.
working in the village.
Zell is looking at every single person that's not the Duke right now, like all the assistants and stuff. Like,
You're more than welcome. to
Ezekiel
go
will
inside if you
continue
want.
on and say, yes, they, under interrogation, gave us an exacting description of a humanoid here in town that has been working with them. And see how he responds to that.
Yeah,
A
how
humanoid
nervous
they've
does
been
he
working
look?
within the village.
And how nervous does
Here.
the servant look?
Goodness. don't know if I have enough guard to cycle through every villager here. And even then, it might just arise suspicion, and we'd lose this person on a trail of some sort, and we'll have the methods to track them wherever they go.
What would you recommend, Duke? I'm going
I,
to
per-
glare at Zell to shut up for a second.
I
I'm
personally,
shoving the chair again.
I personally recommend that I will draft a letter best as possible I can and put my humble Duke's seal upon it that I've been righteously provided by Lord Downfalor, my lord. And I believe that we need to seek an audience and see about getting some soldiers here, but getting some force here, and maybe that will catch this person by surprise. There's not many places to go. If they are a way to run or disappear, they wouldn't make it very far anyways, surviving up here in the mountains. My primary concern, though, is if we begin some sort of hunt or chase for this individual, that we will lose them, surely. I'm not skilled enough for a task such as this. Neither are my guard. They are merely just miners that I've hired on to pay them some extra coin to keep up the peace every so often.
They have a very prominent religion. Is there an Inquisition?
What? I'm confused by that statement. That might be
No,
irrelevant
like,
to what we're
is there
talking
like
about
a
here.
religious group whose entire job is interrogating people? Because I feel like they'd be very useful at this point in time.
Well, the Tauthars, along with the Falor, they are quite skilled in manners of interrogation. They do have divine methods, but I don't know if that's something they'll employ here. Again, once they're here, I believe that just a show of force might be enough to scare this individual out. Maybe they'll catch them when they decide to run. That's just my suggestion. I am not a fighter. I'm simply an administrator, a business person. I'm here to do a humble service to thy lord. And in fact, as I grew older, I decided to spread my wings, so to speak, into the bureaucracy and governmental agencies. And I felt it necessary that I could do good there with some of my thoughts and some of my purpose. And it hasn't been easy. Obviously, this posting and station it is quite lackluster, but it is a start. It is something.
So he seems like he's like doing almost like a lot of not double speak, but filling in the silence because he's nervous about something. Is that the impression that I'm getting, or is that a wrong assumption I'm making?
Passive insight by both you, Thea, and both you, Ezekiel, tell that he is being genuine, truthful, and somewhat scared of potential. Well, you have just the information you have been provided. If you would like more information at this point, you can. Well, an insight check is warranted based on the information given.
I will make that.
22. Thea, you as well. I know you called for it earlier, so if you want to.
Yeah.
It's fine.
That should
Thea?
be, again, a 16.
Yeah, 16. So defaulting there. So 16 seems to be truthful and very kind of afraid in the speech. Ezekiel, as you are inciting and looking, there seems to be a stutter of the lip and a quiver of the shoulders that pulls back at some of the speech patterns, and suggesting that this individual is not just afraid for the people, but themselves.
Right. Well, if you had to guess there, Duke, any players in town that would be interested in messing things up, causing chaos, changing the status quo?
Well, honestly, there isn't much of any players. I mean, there could be traders or those that put themselves into permanent residence, and I mean, it could be that, well, maybe they are aimed to get through the pass before it closes. Maybe this is a temporary assignment of their doing. Who knows? I would say Barlow. Barlow has been here in the village for quite some time, and Barlow has always had a good distaste for me. Presently, sometimes is
The barkeep.
of course, yes. His overly cheerful attitude is quite humble and quite nice, and many people speak praise. But as also getting Barlow drunk a few times, as some of my guard have heard Barlow speak about just there's a taste for my presence here and the mine running 24/7, just the direction of the village.
So motive is there. Does he strike you as somebody that's capable of coordinating an insurrection, an invasion?
Honestly, I have no idea. I wouldn't know where to start with that. I have known Barlow for a number of years now, but we have spent little time. Most of it's hearsay, speculation, perhaps.
Right. Well, I think we'll definitely look into that and kind of look at the rest of the party if they have any questions or comments to fill in.
I
Bill
will
finally picks
kind
himself
of-
up from all the food that he's shoving down his gullet as fast as he can and says, "Is there anybody you know that's strapped for cash, bad gambling habits, something? Somebody might give somebody a reason to cheat, line their pockets like."
Third course goes around. This time it's some sort of roast that's been kind of tied and stuffed with a bunch of different sorts of herbs and spices and things, and kind of a gravy over top with some mashed potatoes around it, and begins to kind of serve it upon each of your actual plates here as it sets down the platters and is actually cutting it to specific and putting upon the plates. At this point, Elise is the only one kind of guiding this and has almost noted upon coming to you, Othala, to not serve you. Notice that you have an 8 and continues to move past. Goes to you, Ezekiel, and kind of stops and hesitates a little bit, right? Noticing you haven't eaten either. Sees the creature, the Duergar, just shakes the head a little bit, kind of taken aback by that. As they had their head down most of the time, at this point has taken their head up. Continues to walk past, and as it walks past, there's again the fear of just seeing that particular creature upon your shoulders, and is now making way for food for you, Thea, and for you, Zell. Takes a step back, continues to move, passes by you, Regmore, gives you twice as much food as everyone else has had, and kind of begins to platter as much as possible upon. That's a small curtsy, and dessert will be ready soon for fourth course, my Duke. Is there anything else anybody needs? As faces the table.
If you wouldn't mind, if you could just package up my food to go. I don't mean to be rude, Duke. It's a deeply religious process for me to eat, so I don't do it around other people.
Oh, of course. No worries, no worries. Yes, but get that the package for that one there, and dear, please, if you will, another bottle for me. That would be great. Thank you. Kurtzine walks back and disappears. Before walking back, she does a side glance towards you, Ezekiel. And Thea, as far as your passive insight, both of you are able to detect that there is a striking fear upon looking at the creature that was not surprising.
Can I get a sense of how comfortable the Duke is in his position of power? Like, does he seem inexperienced? Does he seem like a good hand at it? Just the way he's reacting is kind of like making me question something.
Well, I mean, the reaction that he's been provided to you is quite genuine. I mean, he's surprised this creature's just appeared on the shoulder. And the description that they have provided based on their backstory, it seems that they're an administrator, business person, and they've dabbled now into bureaucracy, into getting into governmental type
So
situations.
he's relatively new.
New to the posting, not necessarily new to running a business and other things, but again, they're a middle-aged human, so they've had experiences. And they are not a fighter by any means. I mean, you can tell by the body posture and the slender positions and things, and they're definitely a person of charismatic pursuits in the way that they've delivered themselves. So I think that based on what you have,
that's what I figured.
Yeah.
But I wanted to make sure.
Yeah. I think that's.
Thea, Joe, could you hold on to a friend for a second? Duke, if you'll excuse me, I do need to oversee the packaging. Again, it is a religious rite when I eat, and no offense, but I do need to make sure that certain things aren't used.
Is he lying?
Am I lying?
Yes.
Based on I'm actually looking at passives real quick because you have extremely high passives, both of you. But you would not be able to tell right now based on information if Ezekiel's lying, simply because I don't think there's enough information to know that Ezekiel's lying. You can. I probably would tell you that this is probably. I mean, it's a little off. I mean, just based on getting it from the table, wanting to step away and check on the packaging of their food, but you don't know. I don't think you've known Ezekiel long enough to know that that's odd.
Yeah. Just I know that it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, just
And I'm
weird.
noting that.
It's a behavior, right, to do.
Now, as far as Joe is concerned,
Does-
Zeke is the weirdest
does
person
that-
he's ever seen, so he just takes it in stride.
Of course, if you need to step back, you're more than welcome. The door is unlocked, and please, by all means, if you will, go oversee. I don't want to have any complications, any issues.
Thank you. You need anything while I'm in there? Another bottle?
Oh well, Elise is getting me another bottle right now.
Oh, okay.
Grab us more
I'll
fish,
make sure
yeah?
she's coming.
So you step into the space. You see the halfling there, kind of moving and shoveling different resembles like a cake. Just currently like decorating the cake a little bit, buttercream frosting. Imagine other things kind of looks towards you. You notice that this particular door, the cellar door here, is actually open currently. There's kind of not necessarily a waft or anything, but there is a little bit of a tinged light that's coming from down below.
Excuse me, is Lisa in here?
Oh yes, just down there, getting a bottle of wine.
I'll wait for her then. I don't want to freak her out or anything.
Oh, no worries, dear. No worries. Hey, say, did you like my soup?
Oh, I haven't tasted it yet. I eat in private, but I will. Hopefully, if it's packaged up.
No. Oh, packaged. Yeah. Yes, dear. The cake is almost ready. Are you wanting the final course as well? It's just
That'd be
cheese and
fantastic.
fruit.
Thank you.
Yes, well, no problem. And this thing called coffee, it comes from far away.
Never heard of it.
Coming up the staircases, Elise carrying a bottle of wine. Oh dear, this one's looking for you. Takes a step towards the table and looks at you holding the bottle of wine.
Sorry to intrude, and I don't mean to ambush you, but you seemed quite alarmed by our guest. Well, guest of a guest, I would say.
Just merely startled. I've never seen something such as that before. It caught me by surprise.
It's interesting. You seem like you recognized it.
No, I have not recognized it, no. Quite honestly, a terrifying creature, if you ask me, but I do need to give this bottle of wine. Oh, I forgot to uncork it. Sidesteps back to the table and grabs the tool and gets to kind of uncork it and clean it off. Oh, and packaging your food, yes. No worries there. We'll get that handled.
Yes, just one more thing that the Duke has asked us to look into was there is a humanoid that's been described to working with these people. Do you know anything about that?
Humanoid that's been working personally. Not anything of my knowledge. I do errands for the Duke quite regularly, and there hasn't been anybody that I have spoken with that would relate to anything like that. These creatures you say are they the ones that the disturbance people in the village have talked?
Yes, they've been kidnapping and enslaving miners, and we were able to free some of the miners and push their incursion back.
Well, bless Pelo's blessings upon you. I think that you've done a great service here for this village. I imagine that many of the fine folk of Harak would greatly give you the thanks. Now, if you excuse me, I do need to give the bottle, and then I'll be back in here to package your food for you to eat later.
Yes, of course. Sorry, I've taken enough of your time. I'll step out.
Thank you. finishes the bottle, kind of moves past, begins to pour it into the pitcher, sitting at the table, finishes, does a small curtsy, disappears, shuts the door. Oh, thank you, Elise.
She been around here long?
Oh, Elise? Yes, well, for some time, actually. In fact, Elise has been here, most the entirety of my stay here. I found Elise in Othema. I was on travel and errand there, and I was staying at the High Squire at the time, and Elise was servant there, and seemed to caught my eye. Very attentive needs and very peaceful. I offered a great deal of coin to accompany me this journey and help me establish this manor and really get myself in a good, strong foothold. The other servants I have, they are actually locals here. I would hire with them.
She seems attentive enough.
Elise is quite exquisite. Her background, as far as where she was born, and oddly enough, she's actually from Alathan as well. She was born there, so we have a great deal to talk about sometimes. Keeps company in the harsh weather around us. We always have to stay indoors most of the time.
Exquisite. Well, on that matter, you and I agree. The right pretty female, that is.
Zell would like to make a check, or not check. Zell would like to look at the Duke and try to see if there's any sexual harassment going on.
He seems to be a little bit partaked by the reference by Dirty Joe, and it doesn't seem to have any sort of note about what that reference was to.
Great stand-up guy.
See, now as the door opens, Elise comes out, begins to disperse the cake, the slices of it, upon small silver kind of almost like pottery, if you will, ceramics, and begins to kind of dispense to you all. And that note, after finishing it, goes around with some coffee, begins to pour coffee outwards as well into some of the glassware if it's available. And if you don't want it, kind of motions to you, kind of whispering as the conversation's still going between the Duke, and begins to kind of pour it out in addition to your cake here. Obviously not giving any food to those that have kind of shown that they're not eating, especially that Ezekiel has kind of declared package my food.
I'll have some coffee or whatever that is. It looks interesting.
Yeah, pours out for you as well from this decanter, and continues to round through and then disappears back into the kitchen.
I would like to slowly start getting closer to the Duke and kind of try to...
Delicious, this cake. It's a miracle what Maurice is able to do when she puts her mind to it.
Nice. This
Are you casting a spell right now?
Yeah, it's an innate spell, so it doesn't cost any materials or anything. So I just detect poison and disease in the area.
Okay. You detect no poison or disease in the area.
Good. I'm drinking coffee.
Let me know when you want to drop it.
I will never drop it. It's 10 minutes long. Just keep it 10 minutes up.
Get this cool animation back throughout.
Yep.
Oh! Yeah.
Radiation.
This cake is.
I thought we were about to get attacked. Okay.
It's
Well,
actually
Rigmor
the,
is immune to
bio-
poison, right?
Resistant.
Resistant. It's a biohazard symbol, actually, is what's floating around.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
cool. You can take it off now. It's just up. We have imagination. It's
Yeah,
up.
I can take it up.
Yeah.
Take it up.
I was gonna say, it's like Regmore's been scarfing all this food down. Like, did they just poison me?
Sorry.
Animation, and I was about to say something, and then I was like, okay, this is combat. Time to look at my character sheet.
Please do try. Before Maurice came here, our parents actually used to be part of the Baltimore Company, which is a very notorious bakers guild, spread throughout Arthuria. It's known for their delicious baked treats. They taught her the trade, apparently, and they came to Iraq and were willing to kind of open up and branch themselves out to a bakery. Didn't necessarily catch on, but they hired her on, paying her good coin for these delicious baked goods. Aren't they exquisite? Yes.
Can you repeat the name of the Bakers Guild?
All two ball. I'm going to go ahead and paste some chat. I hope you all have had a good and hearty meal. I do enjoy this company, and I really appreciate you all bringing this to my attention.
Duke, I had one question for you though.
Yeah, yes.
Would you mind? I noticed your gemstone, and it's just been egging me this entire dinner. Would you mind if I just have a look at it?
Oh, this thing grabs it and looks towards it and looks towards you. Please
Yeah,
make a
you don't-
wisdom saving throw. You're private rolling. I can't see it.
Oh, damn! And I rolled a 17.
Says you.
I know that sucks.
I can configure that I can reveal it. So I at 17, I've revealed. I'm just letting you know that you're privately rolling.
All right.
I can't
Yeah, I
see
was
it on
rolling
the
for
first
my
one.
decisions.
Yeah,
My
it's
fault.
fine. It's fine. No, you're good. You're good. I'm just letting you know that I can't. If you continue to roll, right, I could set it so I can reveal it to myself here. But okay. So as you roll the wisdom saving throw, there is a after you make that motion, pulls the amulet specifically, touching it, seems to kind of pull it upwards and looks towards it, and then goes and looks towards you. There is a pull, a compulsion to the particular amulet, to the particular stone that's in this amulet. As you kind of stretching to look towards it, you kind of have a sideways, and almost like you're entranced by it, but your will overcomes, and you snap out. This is something that I got as a small child, actually. It was handed down by my father. It's something that I quite keep near and dear. Why? What about this?
Taking through whatever just happened, I'm even more intrigued now. Yeah,
I was noticing this.
No one could tell that happened. The wisdom saving throw was successful. Cannot tell that happened.
yeah, okay. So I would just I would still go what I was doing anyways. I would just you could keep the necklace on. I'll cast detect magic and see what it is.
So are you ritualized casting or just casting it out?
Just regular casting.
Okay. So as you cast it outwards, you begin to sense the magic about the space. What you're detecting as far as magic is not only magic pertaining to the stone in the amulet, as far as you reaching out and looking, it seems to be really almost an exact match to what the magic you're sensing off of your own. But there is a heightenedness to both at this present time. As far as your detect magic is what you're understanding, and what you can tell is that there is a pull or a draw between the both of them. In addition to this, you also sense magic coming from the Duke in some place. You're unclear, but it's not the amulet. You're also detecting magic coming from the kitchen.
Can I deduce the other aura that's coming from the Duke?
Sees the Duke kind of looks around, and what was that? Why are you moving your hands around and whispering these words?
Just bear with me a little longer. It'll be over soon. I'm not trying to harm you or anything.
Excuse me. I am not. I mean, unfamiliar. I would say to magical things. I have had experience in dealing with magistrates and other sorts of those trained in the arcade arts. I invited you all to your home. I hope we can conclude this dinner, but I feel like this is a little bit intrusive.
I'm
Excuse
sorry, Duke. He's a little touched at the head.
I'm gonna walk up to him and I'm gonna say it's for his own safety and ask Thal to continue.
Sorry, they're both a little touched in the head.
If I'm intruding too much, I will stop. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I believe it's necessary to stop, and I would like to conclude this dinner in a good nature. And I feel that, without any forewarning or whatever that was, I have, especially with the talk and this creature here, I'm taking all of what you're saying at your word.
I message Othala and ask him what he saw.
Your response with all you have to whisper it back. It's not something that you have to.
You also have to whisper it to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's very obvious when you cast the message spell.
Yeah.
be looking directly at him. I can be looking like at the Duke at least. I can kind of like looking a little bit away to him, like kind of glancing at Thala, like whispering while looking away from the
So
Duke. Just
right now, the Duke is taken aback. You see the posture kind of changed, pulling back the goblet, going back into the chair, almost to stand up, if you will. Based on what you're doing, Zell, I mean, you can almost assure that the suspicions will be solidified at this point if you again attempt to whisper back and forth to each other at the table. So the Duke at this point is put off. I mean, this is at this point, so putting in the direction of this dinner to conclude it early and to take a step away and just end it on good nature before anything were to happen. That's similar. What's the feeling that you're getting from the Duke?
okay.
I apologize. We maybe overstepped our bounds. A little worn out for the day. Perhaps you are right that we do conclude this.
Wonderful, wonderful. And if you stands up and kind of slashes a little bit, oof, lots of wine. If you were to find yourselves back in the need before you decide to head out or wherever you're destined to, I would have a great deal or need. I believe there, from what Pelu said, there is missing prospectors, and it is paramount that we show that we can retrieve. And based on what you have described, you are a great, all of you are great venturers, perhaps, or skilled to maybe handle this task. I would hope to seek Pelu on this endeavor, please. And if you will, stands up. Elise takes a step forward and steps in, carrying your food currently. Walks over to Ezekiel and begins to kind of sat down. It seems to be in a basket interwoven of some kind with kind of almost like a lunch, kind of if you're going for a picnic or something, right? Kind of sets it down upon the table. At least, if you please, I will be headed to my chambers. If you would escort them, or at least let them out and make sure that they all make their way out here, that would be great. And taps you on the shoulder here, Reg, and kind of looks towards your food. And I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad. And you all...
Before he leaves, could I give my compliments to the chef?
Of course, if you would like to. I'm sure she would be glad to take the compliments. Just a slight bow there in the rug towards you all. It has been a pleasant evening, and I hope that
What would you like us to do with him?
Oh, yes, that one. Elise, would you please, after you get them out, if you get to the guard and have them bring this one into the barracks, that would be great, and we will find out what we will do next. Sounds great?
Certainly.
All right. Well, I bid you all adieu, and please stay safe. And hope you all enjoy your stay here in the village. Thank you. Walks away and goes up the stairs.
Is there no one in the room besides us?
This is in the room.
Oh, there's Elise and the other servant.
The other servant, they're beginning to clean up currently. Reg has headed into the kitchen.
All right. Thank you very much for the food, Elise. We will see you again soon. Leave him in your care. And Zigo will get up and leave.
Yeah,
Do we
follow
want,
us.
do we want to
Waiting
do
for Reg.
Tia drags Zell along with her.
Should we do something to see what happens to the dwarf? Maybe like the co-conspirator will come for them or something. We could maybe.
Oh, the Duke
No,
has had it
come on.
under control. We are not the
Come on,
authorities in this town.
Okay.
So Elise is kind of following you out a little bit, but staying in space. Reg, you're in the kitchen. What do you do?
Walk into the kitchen, look around, looking at the different ingredients around and who is actually back here that was preparing the food.
Ah, hello.
It's the halfling lady.
Yeah.
Reg will converse into speaking halfling to address her. Hello, I just wanted to give my regards and compliments to the chef for the meal that we've just served tonight.
Well, you have them. Thank you.
It was quite exquisite for the area, and I don't want to intrude, but I would love to know the recipe you used and what spices you mixed, what vegetables and everything you cooked everything with.
Well, I suppose I have a lot of cleanup to do, and I have a lot of things. Why don't you be a good, strong lad? In the morning, I'll be here preparing breakfast. Why don't you give a good knock at the door right there? Points to the double-wooden door to your south. All right, I'll have something prepared for you.
The south door.
Correct, this door, suggesting that leads outside.
All right. I look most forward to it.
I'll have it prepared. And you, I was told, have cleaned your plate quite well. Begins to tap your tummy.
Yes, I'm not a. I don't shy away from a good meal. I'm a chef myself from the land I come from.
That's wonderful. Well, I hope to give some of my recipes to you. Maybe you can pass them down to your children.
I will indeed. I bid you adieu.
Good night.
As everybody else is kind of heading towards the door, Joe is gonna kind of hold back a little bit, go over to Elise, and say, "Well, hey there, Miss. Duke seems mighty taken with you. How'd you say you guys got together again?"
Well, I was a servant in the High Squire, and of course I was there making coin after leaving home. I used to be from Malathan, and well, I suppose that my service was quite exquisite, and or generous, I should say, in a way. I try to tend to all of my customers' needs as best as I can, and the Duke seemed to be, Thema was quite distracted with a great many deals of business, and even though staying in the High Squire and for many days, came in partial to asking me much information of Othema and just the people and the court as well of Lorkeep, and navigating some of those channels. I had heard a lot from the great many paladins and noble families that would dine in the High Squire, and some of which would stay in the upper rooms. So, and he offered me a great deal of coin in service to him and to come here, and didn't seem like much of a difference as far as I can tell, and from what I was doing before.
Yeah, like I said, he seems quite taken with you. I imagine you do have a certain amount of influence with him.
I do offer an ear to the Duke on occasion, yes.
You mentioned distractions. Is there anything that he's unburdened himself upon you in some way? Any particular things that have been bothering him lately?
I don't catch your meaning to what you're speaking to.
No, never mind. Thanks for your time, miss.
Right, well, farewell. Walks you out.
If I had said that, you guys would have pulled me back in 10
Pleasure.
seconds.
Have a good night, you all, and please, 1,000 Paylor blessings upon you. Shuts the door. Locks it.
Well, the important thing, just like out of character, is how Mikey and Dirty Joe really built a rapport with her before asking that question. So when she eventually said, she didn't want to answer, he was able to casually play it off as like, "Oh yeah, right," and then moving on. But if you come out and say, "Give me your secrets," then people are like, "No."
Tell me all your truth, or I'll chop your head off.
Basically.
Yeah, like on the walk back to wherever we're staying, Theo would probably be walking next to Zell, being like, "We need to teach you how to talk to people, don't we?"
I kind of let him know that just she was pretty well connected back where she came from. Knew a lot of higher ups, and is known for shuttling information around.
It's good to know. We should reconvene or we should get to a place of privacy to be able to talk about everything that we learned there. The city might have ears. I don't.
Go back to the tavern. Back to the Frosty Ale.
Guess.
Well, wasn't he saying Barlow might have been suspicious as well?
I don't think
But we'll talk in our room.
Yeah, let's talk in the rooms. I don't like out here.
Fair enough.
This is only my opinion, but I do not believe it's Barlow. I don't think his
Let's talk
motive.
when we get back to the room.
Room.
Yeah.
You don't know who's around.
Well, I don't know about you lot, but I have a date for breakfast in the morning.
Good for you,
Good
Reg.
for you, mate.
Nice. Yeah.
A date for breakfast or a date and breakfast?
Aren't they the same?
Oh, Reg. Good luck.
As you travel through the village, having a conversation, smoke continuing to billow, now kind of subsiding a little bit as the fires are lit hot. People are laughing, cheering at the market squares. Many are bundled up, keeping themselves warm, drinking ale amongst themselves. The blacksmith continuing 24/7 repairing mining equipment and other sorts of tools. You see the Frosty Hill Tavern, the chimneys billowing smoke outwards from it, the light from the cracks of the door penetrating through. The temperature itself quite cold, chilly, difficult to find yourselves as you're kind of walking through, and the snow beginning to fall quite heavily. Activate that.
So, are we taking Palu's job?
I'm for it.
Sure, yeah.
If we're gonna hold a vote, at least.
Seems like they were both one and the same. We got the same payout, same job from both.
I don't think we have. Have we gotten rooms yet?
He looks. Oh, hi! You all are back. Oh.
Hey, Barlow, can we did we get rooms? I'm asking out of character.
Yes,
I believe you did.
Regmore got everyone rooms in the basement for helping Barlow in the kitchen in exchange.
Yeah.
Is Eagle head that way? And then if anybody wants to talk to Barlow.
Joe's just gonna ask for a free meal. Weren't we promised free meals?
I'm gonna look around to see how well insulated this building is. Like, is there like any like little places people could listen in from? Is there a lot of lead in the bricks? Stuff like that.
Are you talking about upstairs here or
Kind of
downstairs?
the whole building, but primarily the downstairs, since that's where we're staying.
Well, I mean the whole structure here is built out of like very solid brick stone. It is heavy and it's insulated as best as possible. It can be in some regards. So
There's like no places people could be spying on us from, or like no little peery holes.
no, I mean that's passively. You have to thumb through the walls, and that can be a little weird. Zells on the wall. Ooh, I feel the
Who
nooks
hurt
and
you, Zell?
crannies. Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Granite, not good enough.
Dwight Schrute over here.
Yeah. Well, I hope you all had a good day. The fine village of Rock.
Been better, but we got paid, so it was all right.
We made good.
Most exciting time.
Most exciting.
Is the grub up yet?
Oh, food. Well, I can definitely get some of the leftovers. Many of the miners have already ate, and some of them are just finishing getting the cold and wintry nights. Many of them head home early. We haven't had a swing shift. We won't have that for another few hours, and I'll be awake. I suppose I can get you some fresh mutton, yes, and the gravy. I have some biscuits. Why don't you go ahead and take yourself a seat? I'll get you some food.
Thank you kindly.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Reg, you up for second dinner?
I won't pass up a good meal.
After a period of time, Barlow comes out carrying different platters and things, slaps it down, begins to grab a couple bowls, putting between, ladling from the kind of platter of different grog that's sitting there. Biscuits, kind of crack them, pulling them out the apron, set them down upon there. Begins to pour from a small cask, carrying on the shoulders as well. It's more Barlow special, filling these rusted metallic mugs. Begins to push them towards you, and then kind of sits down the other side. Well, there has been quite a lot of talk here in the little village. It's very interesting. And many of them talk and say that there were those that had killed these creatures and were for lack of a better word, saved some miners. Is that true?
Dorogar. Yes.
Oh. Wait. Durga.
Yes, the
Isn't
boogeyman.
that- Oh, those are... Oh, wait, those are... Those tales that my parents used to tell me. They'd come up from the mine and grab me by the chinny chin chin.
Me too.
My mom used to tell me that story every time I dug into the cookie jar. Never knew why. They're real.
That's what I thought too.
I
Imagine
can't-
my surprise when we come to this mining town and see them in the flesh.
My word. Well, are they under a band or a clan name?
Oh, they're under a clan, and I don't think I've written that down.
They call the Stonefist or something.
Correct.
Yes, Stonefist.
Ah, Stonefist. Ah, that's a name I've not heard of.
Oh yeah.
Are they in the mountains here?
Oh, yes, they tunnel through a section of the mine, claiming that they own everything. That everything falls under Clan Stonefist territory that they see.
And funny thing too, we managed to rope one of them up, and he gave us an exacting description of the person they're working with here in town. And I'm looking
Oh.
hard at Barlow.
They're working with somebody in the village.
Well, yeah,
That would
gave
be
us an exact physical description and everything. And I'm
Be
going
ve-
to see if he's looking nervous.
very surprising. I mean, us dwarfs, we keep our secrets within our cities. I mean, I can imagine. You know, Thulnir, we used to pride ourselves. It's been a long time since I've been in the city of Thulnir. Back there at home, my home city. We pride ourselves in really doing trade and dealings with surface dwellers and helping and other things. But from what I know, many of the particular dwarfs, Clan Gilgal is one of them, and there is another. They really don't deal a lot with outsiders. Very strict rules. Dealing with the person here in the village. I think maybe it's the Duke.
Why would you think it's the Duke?
I mean, it's the last to arrive here. He's got great authority, and maybe he's the most to gain. I suppose maybe.
Don't he already have enough? Like everything? He's the boss man. What more could he want?
I don't know. It's speculation, I suppose. Never really liked that Duke ever since he came in. He's never even invited me into the manor. And not once!
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
between
he
me
got
and
indoor
Cove.
plumbing and everything.
I mean, it's between me and Kovas. We are both the longest standing here. I was here before Pelu bought the mine.
Huh.
Who was that other person that was mentioned?
Kovas, the
Was it-
lapidary.
You there?
Your mortal enemy.
The old,
your best
near-death dwarf that is the lapidary? You thought.
I think the lapidary was evil the whole time, guys.
So, I don't mean, I don't want to draw suspicions to, I suppose, unwarranted suspicions. I'm not that kind of dwarf, but I have, it's customary to, I mean, I think Kovas was invited over there. I've never been. I'm greatly offended at so many levels, but I should not let my own personal weight of offension be something that draws suspicion to something else. But I was here when that manor was built, and there was all manners of people coming and going, and all sorts of different people from Othema and Alathan and Beelder, and they had all sorts of equipment and wood and materials. And have you seen the manor? Have you seen it?
It's great. Yeah.
It's huge.
Yes.
They
Pooped
served
indoors. It was amazing.
us a meal.
Wait, what?
They gave us a 5-course meal, man. It was amazing.
What?
They've indoor plumbing everything.
Right.
Wait,
Right,
you
more
all
stuff.
ate there at the manor?
Yeah, it was great.
You all were invited
Yeah.
there?
The Duke, he drew suspicion about you working with the Grey Dwarfs or the
Looks towards the
Duragar.
bowls that you've been digging
And-
out of, grabs the hands and grabs the bowls and pulls them back. Well, I suppose you already ate then. You wouldn't want to eat any more, would you?
Nah, I'm partial to mutton. This is actually better. I was more excited about the indoor plumbing up there, to be honest.
Which is the food bag. I think I might just need some time. Your rooms already down there. Do holler if you need me.
You need a hand in the kitchen.
Nope, I'm
Can-
good, thank
can I,
you. Shuts the door.
Can I roll to see if I thought he was lying or covering anything up during all that?
You can roll insight. What particular information are you attempting to think, lying about?
Just about whether or not he knew who was actually working with him. Seems like he's trying to cast aspersions on the Duke, trying to maybe throw a red herring out. So I want to see if I can kind of snoop through that lie,
All right, go ahead and roll.
if there is one. And Dirty Joe, as always, is gormless as all hell.
I mean,
At least seemed like he was on the level. Makes a good mutton stew too.
Seems genuine, hearty, very funny. I mean, just fun dwarf. I mean, from the conversation you've had, there's a long-standing relationship with this village. There is been here a long time, and took greatly offended that you all were invited to the manor. He was not once.
So just with how I'm doing these checks, I'm gonna end up being the most gullible person in the game.
What all are you doing down in, I would say, in the basement? I'm going to go ahead and I can bring... So who is all going down there while we're doing this?
I am.
I am.
Ezekiel.
Yeah, put you down. You... So 3-3. So Zell, you're upstairs.
No, I'd like to go down now. I mean, I was upstairs at the start, but I'm gonna go down after messing with the dwarf. I'm gonna head down.
Okay, so I just put your tokens in here, but coming down into this level, also had the wind howl music. I've had the wind howl ambiance. Definitely not what you're hearing. Not like winds blowing the tavern. Sometimes I have it on, I just forget about it. It's there. It's so, I know, it's like so natural.
Windows were open. That's it.
So coming downstairs, you wrap around and you descend roughly about, I would say, 8 or so feet. The ceiling height in here is about 7 feet in height, and it gives its way that there is a good chunk of bedrock, potentially. So you're looking above and you can see the craggliness of stone from the actual uncarved or unnature of that rock that's been tiled over of the actual main level of the tavern. And coming in, it seems as though that there is certain cracks within the stonework here as dirt kind of dribbles through, but itself seems to be of great design, of great construction, and great pride has been taken down here. You see that there are stone doors. Some of these stone doors themselves have little kind of, not necessarily padlocks, but they're resembling something you would have to maybe put your key into, undo, and then it's almost independent from the handle that would be turned. It's really just a mechanism to stop the handle from being turned. So as you look down, as you come here, it seems to be plenty of rooms down 2 different corridors leading north on the northern wall of the hallway that continues from west to east. And there are additional 2 doors, one here and then one here. One of which, the first one leads towards like a bathtub or a bath kind of where it could be drawn potentially. And then the other one is a kind of a toilet room. So.
All right. So you said we each have a room?
I believe that that is correct. Based on that, the first corridor here of these particularly 5 rooms have been unlocked. You can see that their mechanisms have been kind of undone, and they're just hanging within a small groove of the actual stone. Upon opening it, you see candles are freshly lit, now replaced in a small ceramic bowl of some kind. Fresh hay has been laid down, blankets as well as a kind of wool scratchy pillow is there. It's very mediocre accommodations, but it's definitely warm down here. It seems like the warmth from above is pushing down as well, and there's light within the spaces, and it's cozy.
Everybody come in here for a moment. It's tight, but we need to talk with privacy.
Or is this while we're eating upstairs still?
Yeah, so
Or are we
you're
all
still
just kinda
eating,
done?
you're still talking. I've allowed Zell to come down here. Even Zell, you've been listening, so I'll just kind of transition you a little bit quicker going down. But yeah, you 2 are both upstairs talking to Barlow while this is happening.
Okay.
Well, this is awkward because we're going to wait for the other 2 to come as well, and I'm going to sit there and stare at the rest of the party until
You're gonna wait.
the whole party's there. So
Okay. So what are you doing after you finish your mutton? Barlow has not made an appearance yet.
No, I'm just heading downstairs. I just wanted the free chow. And Barlow
Okay.
seems like he's on the level to me, so I'm done.
So, Reg, you're heading down as well?
Yeah, but Reg feels sad.
Duly noted. All right, you come down.
Which room is everybody in?
You don't know.
I'm just gonna start walking around.
You can
and see if I
ask and start yelling.
In here.
Hello.
You heard a voice coming from here. The door on the left.
Anybody inside?
Dirty. Over here.
This is so funny. Head down. Head down. Head down. There.
Oh. Oh, geez, there y'all are. Okay. Well, so it's been a momentous day, y'all.
It has.
It has.
I think we have some things to talk about, some theories and what next steps. But first off, I want to say thank you. I got into a pretty precarious situation earlier, and thank you for all of you working together, saving my life. I appreciate that.
Well, sure thing, man. I gotta tell you, like, watching you transmogrify in some kind of giant super fighting macho machine with your little teleporting hammer room tricks and stuff, and next you can change your face into whatever the hell you want. Man, where the hell did you learn how to do all that stuff? That's amazing.
I don't know. It just comes to me.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Oh, very talented.
Well,
Also-
fair enough. I guess we still don't know each other that well.
No, I'm seriously. I don't know.
All right.
I would like to make one quick note before we begin, since it's kind of not related to any topic. But if you hear voices in your head at random that sounds like someone from the group, you can respond by whispering.
Yeah, I just want you to know that when you're doing that, I can see it. It's very obvious. You wave your hands, you whisper, you have to touch your component pouch. I mean, it's not very private what you're doing.
Y'all are hearing voices? Weird. I thought I
So
was
message
crazy
has
when I grew.
verbal, somatic, and material components. So you use your focus. You speak the incantation
Yeah.
to say it. You're waving your hands or whatever, or pointing your finger. You know. So you're like, "Hey, I'm doing the secret thing over there to you. Hey, I'm doing that secret thing over there to you."
It's a cantrip, so I figure it would be pretty quick, and you don't really need to be like, for example, touching my focus is pretty short. It's kind of just like reach into my pockets. Then you combine that with just like kind of like
Zell,
it's kind
I'm
of
gonna
just like
ask you. I'm gonna ask you something.
Yeah.
Okay. If someone walks up to you and takes your wallet, would you know that?
Depends on how good of a pickpocket.
yeah, it
they are.
depends on how good at pickpocket they are.
Well, then you could roll a sleight of hand if you're attempting to conceal yourself while you're casting the spell, right?
Yes.
Okay. But if you don't, then you're just grabbing somebody and being like, "Hey, what's going on?" And you're taking their. It's very obvious. I mean, it's so out of character. I mean, we're especially at the table. I mean, think we're having a dinner, we're having a fine dining thing, and then you have Othala that's like like moving the hands around all of a sudden, like whispering things in the air, right? That's pretty out there. Like as far as what was happening.
Metagaming, I forgot my own sheet, but that's another thing. But yeah.
And what's funny is that I think Thea, you were like, for Ezekiel heading back, would I know that's weird? In terms of weirdness, I think using a verbal somatic component spell at that particular time was extremely weird and really out there. So I think that's something that's there. But yeah, I mean, if you're attempting to disguise your spell, if you're attempting to do a message, you can try to do a sleight of hand. You can try to be quiet and whatnot, but there are levels of perception, right? You have sight, you have sound, right? So you have to. I mean, there's a lot of there. The check is very difficult to do, but I mean, so anyways, give you some information there.
And yes, so and I don't know. Perhaps it's something more useful, like when you're in another room, or not directly in front of people. But in general, I would be cautious when we're doing these big flashy things. Especially, of course, the guy was a suspect as all hell. But if you did that to me, Athala, I would have punched you straight in the face. So
Understandable, but I know I had an ability to do something, but he was being open, and I said I was doing it, and I didn't expect him to react like that. But it's understandable.
got you. Perhaps something like excusing yourself to use the restroom and casting it before you come back into the room. Therefore, it would stay up or something of that nature. I don't know how those things work, but I don't know. If somebody started doing that to me, I would punch them right in the face.
Food for thought. Food for thought.
We'll lean over to Dirty Joe, looking over at Athala and our other wizard. I don't think they're getting the right nutrition.
I think you might be right. Maybe share some of your special spices with them.
Out of curiosity, Othala, what did you already relay what you figured out about with the detect magic, or?
No. I don't know what I figured out, to be honest. I don't know what I was deducing, and I have a few theories, but I'd rather answer that probably tomorrow after I've thought about it a little bit more, because that stone was really suspicious, and I have some thoughts and theories on that. So I guess I could get back to you on that. All I can say is that it gave off the same type of energy that we noticed before on the other ones.
Were there any other magical sources in the building in its large manner?
Nope.
Okay.
Right. So, what are our thoughts, team, on that super non-weird dinner that we just had?
It
We
was
do it more often.
delicious.
Yes, Reg. Yes, that's good. The food was good. What about the company?
I like him.
What do you like about him?
Anyone that can cook that good or have that good meal can't be untrustworthy.
It's an interesting way to judge people's merit, but I can see that. Joe, you were saying something?
I was saying that when I was chatting with Elise, she certainly seems like the type that's very well connected. You know, her line of work puts her in direct contact with all kinds of powerful people hobnobbing around town and all that. And it seemed like the Duke was, very, very fond of her. Which, I mean, pretty as she was. I mean, it almost seemed like she had him in some kind of thrall or something, just from what I was seeing. Or maybe he just has no game whatsoever and he's a sad sack. I don't know, but I don't know. She's an interesting character. That's all I'm saying.
Thea, did you pick up on anything like that as well?
What I picked up was that he seems a little out of his depth.
The Duke.
Yes.
How do you mean?
It doesn't seem he's had to deal with any kind of, for lack of a better word, uprising. He doesn't know how to handle the situation. So
Well,
he's
he
a
seemed
little.
very quick. Sorry, go ahead.
He doesn't have anything prepared. He doesn't know. All he knows is to call his superior. And for something like this is a very lucrative mining town, from what it seems like. You would think that they would have more than just hired miners as guards.
You would think, but they might not. Most of the money, the wealth probably doesn't go to the town itself, I imagine. The owners of the mine, and then to the nobility, taxes, things of that nature. But yeah, I do agree that he did not seem to have a appropriate response to the threat. You would think that if he's invested in his political future and is against his desires, that he would have had a more direct response than writing a letter to some lord several weeks away.
Take action
Even
yourself, because
at the
begging for help shows weakness.
Well, not necessarily, sure, but more so to the point that, I mean, you're looking at maybe a month before they would get forces here, unless they're transporting magically. Several weeks to get the message there, several weeks to get them back here. If you could already have them mustered and pass my clothes, it seems to be a non-solution. Um, and I more so got the impression that it was something to say rather than actual plan he meant to implement. I don't know if that
I'm
makes sense, if
afraid.
other people picked up on that, or
He seemed afraid.
I
like when a politician says, "This is what I'm going to do about this," and have no intention of doing it.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that he seemed afraid, not just for the town, but for himself.
Well, if
That's what
he's
I
in
was
over his
thinking.
he's in over his head and he's just kind of left out to dry here, like he was saying. The person that actually calls the shots, in this case, would be his right hand woman, because she seems to be the one that's everywhere and handling all the commands. Seems to know everybody around the larger settlements over yonder. I don't know, you think she's the one that's actually calling the shots here, and she
I
just
don't
gets him to do whatever she wants.
I don't know that
Possible.
person specifically, but I think an aide is probably a very good guess. Since, as far as opponents go, it's a very small town. Baylor seems like an honest man. I mean, he certainly has issues, but he seems much more likely to set up a sign or something than
Who
go
is Baylor?
Baylor, the barkeeper. Is am I
Barlow?
saying it wrong? Barlow.
Barlow.
What do you mean he has issues?
No, like if he had any real things that he was angry enough about that he'd be willing to go to the Grey Dwarfs to get help, I think he'd be more direct about it. That's the feeling I'm getting from him. I think he'd walk right up to the manor and he'd yell at the Duke. I don't think he'd go and try and betray the Duke to the enemy.
Didn't the Dorgar say that it was a human helping them? Not a dwarf?
I think I said humanoid.
I can only go off of what that one said to me when we met him. I don't think the Dorogar in there would work with a dwarf.
I agree. It seems highly unlikely.
Based on how they looked at you, Reg, I agree with you. I don't think.
Yeah. But I also feel like the Duke. I agree with Thea and Ezekiel. I think the Duke might have actually been put here since he was kind of just too annoying. He seems like a kind of merchant businessman that tried to get into politics and failed, and then being given a position that's semi-important but not really. You know, it's a
Oh, that wasn't really my point, so you don't agree with me. But yes, that's an interesting idea.
like the point that he's pretty much in over his head. But I think
I
that's my
again don't agree with that statement.
Oh,
That
really?
was Thea's point.
Oh, I thought you kind of agreed with her. Okay, no.
No, I think Thea and I disagree slightly on this, but correct me if I'm wrong. Thea, you think he's afraid and incompetent?
No, I
I
think
think
he's afraid and just doesn't know how to handle this. Not that he's incompetent per se, although the copious amount of drinking is
Makes sense.
leading me to believe that he's. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure.
which is a good point to point out that we don't really know enough, but I would argue that of the people that we've met, there's only really two that give me pause, which would be the Duke and Elise. That there needs to be more. Pelu could be a possible suspect. He does have access to the mines, but it's counterintuitive. He's making more gold if the mine is running well. Um, I mean, there's always that lapidary that, Zell wants to kill, but I think we can cross him out as well. And with no other major players, unless we were misled in town, it's either somebody we don't know, somebody that's not been exposed in town at all, or likely somebody here that we've interacted with. And I would point towards either finding more information if we want to track this down, or letting it go and moving on with their lives. But I don't know how the rest of you feel about this. I would feel weird leaving this town unprotected against a possible incursion and slavery. What the
So,
rest of you think?
out of character, the guards that we've been seeing around, are they to how we are dressed and guarded? Do they look like they're well armed to handle what we just dealt with down in the mine? Or
No.
yeah, that's so. Going off of what you two are saying about the Duke being worried and afraid, is looking at the guard from what Pelu said, the city guard is of no help. Looking at them, I mean, it's a remote mining town. We are capable of handling what we dealt with and found down there, and that pushed us to our limit. Sending help to another town to get an army like he wants reinforcements may be their only choice.
True. I wonder. Well, I would wonder where the rest of your thoughts are here. Is this something that we wish to pursue? Is this something we wish to be free of? Because while we can go in circles talking about ifs and whats and suspects to make sure. I know, Joe, you had desire to leave town. I don't know how the rest of you feel.
Well, I feel like we have two decisions whether we play detective in this town or we get a move on because reinforcements are going to take a while. We estimate it could take a while to come, but the snow is coming. We know guaranteed that it's going to be here soon, and it's either that or we're trapped here.
It makes it more difficult, but it's not impassable.
I think that we should spend as much time as we can in town before leaving. I am deeply disturbed by that necklace. It's, from all the knowledge we have, it could be the only clue we have, or at least the best clue we have, as to what our stones are. So I think we should spend as long as we can here until the pass closes to investigate it.
It's worth considering. Agree, Joe?
I mean, we can play that by ear. Regardless, we can't leave anyway for a couple of days in the first place. We might as well take that job with Pelu tomorrow. Reg, when you're enjoying your lady friend tomorrow morning for breakfast, do you mind just asking around and any more information you can get on Elise? I don't know, something weird about her.
Oh, I guess.
If it comes up, I know you might have more pressing matters on the mind. Wink.
I definitely think we should take that job looking for the lost prospectors because now the Duke and Pelu have both asked us to do that.
Agreed. It would
That would
ingratiate
us
ourselves.
to do both.
Yeah. Oh, same mind.
And I want to talk to him more because I have formulating some questions.
Yes, perhaps we have certain people not to talk to him again, but
Yes.
uh,
I smile at Zell.
and I'm gonna also nod over to Athal.
I wave back.
Okay, I have an idea.
Well, this ought to be good.
We need to gain information at this point. That is the most valuable thing.
Good idea.
Yeah.
So, invisible owl looking through the windows.
No.
Why
I
not?
think we've done a lot of magic to this Duke.
Sometimes magic is useful. Sometimes magic gets in the way.
There are a
I'm
lot
I'm not
of
saying
windows.
no, but
I think
perhaps
we
not
need to learn
tonight.
I mean, yeah, not tonight, but there are a lot of windows in that building. They said so themselves. Like, if we can find some kind of way to look through those windows, I get for a few hours without them seeing us, that we could get a much better idea of the dynamic. because all we've seen is what they're presenting to us. They could have an entirely different power dynamic. They could be entirely different people in that building that are of high standing that we don't even know about because they're kind of more in the background.
Sure, but again, that is you're casting the dice at that point, right? That means
And-
we're spying on this individual that might not be warranted, and is the power in town. As little as that is, I would caution that if we're going to go that route, that we should have more reasonable cause to do so, and perhaps ingratiating ourselves to Pelu, the other, I guess, more powerful person in town that has money, might give us some credibility if we were to act against somebody like the Duke. If we're wrong and we act against the Duke in this way, that is a very bad way to establish who we are as a group. So I don't know how the rest of you feel about that, but I'm not against something like that. But perhaps building a case before we intrude upon somebody's home.
I
I'm-
agree.
I'm down with taking a step back for today.
If we anger the Duke or cause trouble here, it doesn't just cause us trouble here. It causes us trouble everywhere.
We can anger him and cause trouble, but we have to be right and
Yeah.
win.
We can't just throw accusations with nothing backing us.
It's not really an accusation. It's more illegal. Well,
No,
No,
but
There
if
ain't
we're
nothing
caught
legal about what we're
spying-
doing, partner.
if we're
Again,
caught
if somebody
spying,
was
trust
spying
me-
on my house, I would punch them in the face.
Trust me, if you're caught spying, they don't usually want to listen to your reasoning behind why you were spying.
okay, fair point. I was just throwing it out as a possibility. I wasn't saying we need to do immediately.
Yes,
I'm-
it is a good plan Q.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Because it is a very big windowed building, so if we ever feel like we need more info about it, we could try to use that to advantage. That's all I was saying. I'm more than
Good
happy
to
go
know.
with the prospectors for now.
And
We
I
also
can
could
always
probably do
ask to use the
something like that
bathroom again.
with Reg or something as a spider, perhaps, or something through.
This is something I was kind of considering before. We could kind of get him to. I mean, it's too far gone now, but we could have maybe had him sneak onto the Grey Dwarf and see what happened to him. Because especially like if they came back for him, like the co-conspirator, to talk to him.
Well, Okay.
Wait, what?
Let's not be expendable with our good friend Reg's life. I mean, that beard is hard to replace.
I'm not touching it.
I mean, he didn't have to die in that scenario, but yeah, I suppose that is a glorious beard.
Yeah, Reg, I've been meaning to ask, when you're in that spider farm like that, if we step on you, are you just done? Or can you bounce back with some alacrity?
I'd bite you.
But would we kill you? That's what I'm afraid of.
Better question: does the spider farm have that same beard?
I have another question actually related to the beard. Are dwarves born with beards, or do they grow in?
I've
yes.
had it as long as I can remember.
So you're saying that are they born with beards? That's my very important question. Are they born like little Vikings?
Some dwarfs are known to be born with beards.
Swaddled in your own beard. Nice.
Dude, that's awesome. It's like being born with your own beach towel.
So, as the
glorious.
conversation continues, and you all are having passively, you hear kind of steps or movement coming down the stairs. And gradually, you hear kind of some shifting weight, and then eventually a heavy knock on the door. Is anybody needing a bath this evening before I settle down?
Yes, Zell would like you to scrub them.
No,
Are you-
no.
Are you all in there? Pierces back the door. What are you all doing in one room?
Yes,
Well,
it's a
wouldn't you like
polyamorous
to
thing.
know?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, this is how we get down.
I am
Wait.
quite
We have
unfamiliar.
room for one more.
No, I'm good. I'm good. No bath for tonight. Sounds great.
Barlow,
Just remember the only rule.
I
No
had
more
a
clothes on
question,
the floor.
Barlow.
Pokes his head back around. What is it?
Are your baths heated by hot?
Wait, what was that? I couldn't hear you.
Are they heated by hot spring? Typically, northern climes.
No, there's no hot spring here. I fetched some water and poured it in my bath to
I
the
am
bathtub.
visibly disappointed.
I'm sorry. It has been speculated, at least for my people, in the northern Frostlands there are these places, but they are inhabited by giants, frost giants. Yeah. No bueno.
Frost giants,
no
you
good.
say?
So are we
I think the
scheduling?
frost giants would have no need for a hot spring.
I would be surprised.
You want to take a vacation to visit the Giants then at some point, or
No, I
can
would
go
not.
to
I would
the-
not do that. There are some tales, you know. Anyways, baths. Anybody? You know, maybe.
Oh yeah, I'll take one. I still got so much blood under my fingernails.
Me too.
All right.
I'm
Well, I will
fine.
have one. I only have one bathtub.
Well, I
quite-
can take
it's quite-
secondsies or thirdsies. I don't mind.
It's quite small.
Are you sure, Joe? You asked first. I have no problem.
Sure,
They
it's
can
fine.
share.
Even if I don't get to it tonight, you know, they call me Dirty Joe for a reason.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna go make the bath, and whoever wants to take it, and yeah, sounds good. Shuffles upstairs. After a
so
period.
does the entire town now think that we're all in a polyamorous relationship?
Yes.
They do now.
Yes.
Yep.
You know, that's our group name now. That's our group. That's what our group is going to be known
Polyamory?
for and calling it.
Nope.
Yeah, speaking of names, what should we call ourselves? I mean, haven't decided yet. Does kind of have a nice ring to it, but I don't know. What do y'all think?
I'm thinking Forgotten Sea Mercenary Company, since that's where I think our ship crashed in the Forgotten Sea, if I remember correctly.
Sounds like a mouthful.
Yeah, it doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
I know. The
Perhaps
un-
Zell is our leader.
I like that.
It's just asking me to get hit by an arrow, dude. That's like asking for me to be hit by an arrow first. That's
Oh,
literally-
dang it.
Zell,
You
the
figured
Dragon
it out.
Slayer, and his minions.
Sell the Vanguard and the backstage dancers.
Zell and Company.
Actually, I like the ring of that. Zell is totally down for Zell and Company.
Guys, we
No.
need to not feed the ego any more than we already have to.
Oh, I think he needs a confidence boost.
Good self-esteem.
Just one other thing that I want to run by you, and if we did want to pursue the angle of who's interacting with a Duergar, there is another way to perhaps test that. It is more risky, though.
Oh, what do you think?
Do we get to go back into the mine?
Yes,
Do we kill people?
I'm okay for
hopefully
this.
not.
No.
It's a very strong hope.
But we,
Sort of.
so, and I'll take off the mask, revealing the face of the Duke underneath the mask. I could perhaps go low and interact with the Duergar and see if they respond back to the Duke, or putting the mask back on, take the mask back off. The face of Elise, putting the mask back on, take the mask back off. The face of Barlow, going back and forth with that. And I can impersonate people to an certain extent. I don't know if that's a card we want to play, but if they recognize that person and interact with them, that would confirm their relationship. I don't know. What do we think?
Hey, yeah, sounds good to me.
That again puts you in a lot of danger though, like last time.
Well, you don't have to be alone for that, do you?
I think if we're gonna do this, we need to properly prepare him. We need to be a lot
Well,
more
we try-
careful last time. So
We
that,
could dress you all as guards. The Duke is likely to have guards that accompany him, right?
also, would a standard Drew guard recognize you, or would we need to find a more high-ranking member?
I
Well,
have no
we just-
idea.
Roll the dice on that one.
I would argue that's almost more risky than.
I don't know. I mean, if we're going to be rescuing these guys tomorrow, we're probably going to run into some of them regardless. So we just have that up our sleeve and give it a shot if it comes to it.
Well, we don't know it. We don't know that these two things are connected, right? These prospectors that went missing went somewhere else. We don't know if it has any connection with these Duergar.
I mean, I would say it seems very likely, considering how basically everything in this town seems to be connected to Drugar in some way. I mean, it's not possible that they're unrelated.
I
but-
mean, Possible, but it's also coincidental as well. Multiple things can happen in a town that are not connected in any way.
It's like getting two different diseases at the same time. It's possible. It seems somewhat unlikely.
If we go back into the mine, I vote Zelgus would be the prisoner this time.
I agree.
Agreed.
But
I
Congratulations, you've been promoted.
I'm gonna start wearing little epaulets everywhere I go.
It's okay. I don't think we should go back into the mine first thing. Let's find these prospectors first. And if we run into any more Dorogar, let's give this a shot.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I
I
have
like
to
wearing prospectors first. Seems great.
so we
I
got
have
our
to step
subject.
away and take my dog out.
Oh well, I mean we can
Break.
break.
Break?
Yeah, I mean if you can take your dog out, I think it's a good time.
Sure.
I think at this point we can settle down for the night and long rest as well. I mean Barlow is just going back and forth, filling the bathtub, knocks on the door, whoever wants to take it, and I think at this point you all can fast track and take your long rest as well during our break. And we'll go ahead and take the 10 minutes here. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. And we'll be back for the second half at about 6:33 p.m. PST, so probably a little bit after that. And yeah, hopefully you join us then. So see you in a bit.
All right, get out of my room.
Fair enough. You don't want
All right, welcome if you're still watching. Thanks so much. Really appreciate coming into the second half here of Group 6 for their session. Things have gotten quite interesting. Definitely having an awesome conversation there in the room, really figuring out and piecing it together and just trying to take a good kind of cohesive action stepping forward. So as this will kind of progress into, I think, Thea, you said you wanted to have words with Ezekiel before you, and then we'll go to Athal. Looks like you want to do something in your room prior to the actual resting. So go ahead, Ezekiel and Thea.
Yeah, I wait till everybody else leaves, and I'm still just kind of staring at Ezekiel's face. And
That could I help you?
it's trick there.
What do you mean?
Wave my hand in front of my face.
I don't get it.
Uh-huh. And I just leave.
Good night.
Night. Just lock the door.
So, I would say before, well, Reg will wake up early, probably to make sure that he can get up into the kitchen to help Barlow with preparing any breakfast or anything before he takes off.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, but before I go to sleep, I want to take out the gemstone I have. And start studying it. Since I seen the Duke's gemstone, can I make a comparison between his and mine?
What are you comparing specifically?
If it's the exact same, or what type of similarities it might have, other than the color.
Other than the color, they were both opaque. They were both small. The best assumption that you can make after seeing it and looking at yours, it would gather that there are strikingly similarities, especially with what the lapidary had spoken about. So the fact that you're finding the similarity within another gemstone, even though the lapidary said it was quite unique, is what is the most striking. Please make a flat intelligence check, please.
It's +5, so 14.
14. From what you can gather based on the stone and the lapidary's information, that this potentially could be two pieces to something else.
Like, is it just 2 pieces, or can I decipher if there's more pieces?
You couldn't
That-
decipher that information. You just know that based on what the lapidary, the information there, you could draw the assumptions that maybe they're two pieces broken off from one thing, right? So the source may be the same. They could be related somehow. Again, there seem to be, based on your detect magic and then the limitations of that, for what happened, was that there was some sort of pull or magnetism between the two pieces.
Okay. I guess one last thing. I'm going to. Can I try to just stare at this stone and try to get the same effect that I felt from that pull?
Okay. If you stare into the stone and look and see if you can get the same feeling, please make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Bear with me here, quick.
Oh no, I died.
He's looking up how you died.
I'm definitely figuring that out right now. Yeah.
Random encounter, gold dragon.
Okay. As you stare into the stone, it seems as though your vision slowly becomes faded as it begins to kind of almost absorbed into the stone's material, and it's almost as if you're piercing back and looking through. Begins to go through the material and it begins to entice you, and as you stretch and you begin to look at it and look, you seem as though vision is taking place. You're unclear as your mind itself begins to move around you. The feeling itself is somewhat familiar but different in a way. And as you're pulled into something, from what you can feel, as you're beginning to fall through, you land, and this intense cold begins to embrace you. The floor is slippery, difficult. You reach for something and you grab. It seems to be this white crystal. As you are holding on to it, jagged and sharp, and kind of bracing yourself, light begins to dance and move across in the distance. You're being pulled to a scene. Looking around from the best of your interpretations is difficult, as the darkness around you is quite persistent. What you can understand is that the cavern wall behind you increases into the darkness high above, reaching to elevations that extend past your vision. The lighting from moving of dancing of different colorations, creating a rainbow effect about some of the whitish crystals upon the stalagmite pillars that extend up to the ceiling height, continue to disappear, and that light though bounces upon those ceiling spots, and what you can see is that more of these jagged crystals extend from the ceiling rooftop as well as the sides of the cliff faces that are surround you in this large and intimidating cavern. Upon your feet is ice. You're holding on from the slippering effects of it, but you're able to kind of keep in your position, albeit difficult. As you look, you see that there is a large hole that sits high above into the air. Now, stretching and looking at it, has to be hundreds of feet above. There is the crystals and jaggeds that's shaped moving through the hole, disappearing to wherever, but there is light coming from as it bounces down, reaching. At the center stage of this particular area appears to be a human figure that is currently in the midst of a conversation, wearing a red robe with golden accents of twin dragons on either sides of the cufflinks as they move up, forming kind of a popped collar, if you will, with different circlets and things upon the wrists, tucking into the hands. It's difficult to see at this distance as their back is turned towards you, but they do have, looks to be white or silver hair and a very pale complexion. Shadow and snaking and moving into visible range of the actual light is a large white dragon. As it does, it begins to pull and snake its head, moving into the light itself, and begins to look towards the figure, almost kind of crawling forward with its head into the visible range. Most of its body unable to see. From the signs of it, it's intimidating, large. As it looks towards the figure, it kind of laughs and chuckles. A soft whisper of the voice as they're kind of talking amongst themselves. Please roll a perception check. My master, please, I will do greatness by you. If only. You see, the robed figure's hand goes up, closes. As it turns, looks into your direction, staring directly at you. But you're sure you're in complete darkness in your space. The figure, with purple and pink lighting cackling around their body, disappears for a split second. The next second, it appears next to you. Same lightning emerging in space-time. As it does, it grabs your shoulder, looks into your eyes. Thala, do you stay or do you go back?
I try as hard as I can to leave this place.
As it grabs onto your shoulder, you try as hard as you can, and a voice and a whisper as your vision goes dark and the space around you begins to pull backwards, back to where you came from. Interesting. It's the voice you hear as it comes echoing through as you're pulled back into the same space you once were, staring at the stone as if time itself had stopped. The candle no longer burned out any more than it once was when you started looking at the stone. You were there, clutching it.
I drop the stone at my feet, and I just stay there staring at it. Well, not even staring at it, just staring at the floor and contemplating what I saw for the next, like, I don't know, like an hour or so. So I could, till I fall asleep.
Okay. That will go ahead and advance time as everyone kind of finds their space. I'm going to go ahead and move you to a room. That one's unlocked. As the night progresses, nothing too spectacular happens in your rest. I'm going to go ahead and put it to about 7 o'clock, getting a nice long rest. From what you can kind of hear is footsteps above, maybe some activity, right? People moving around, coming to and from. Could potentially be, miners coming in for breakfast and other sorts of things. As you awake, Barlow is not really there to greet you, but you hear the robust laughter of Barlow above.
Morning, old fella. Morning, Thea.
Morning.
Is everyone going upstairs?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going to activate the scene as you all arise for the morning, give each other nods, clamber up to the main floor.
Would I have been able to wake up early enough to go aid Barlow?
You can. You can make your way into the kitchen, cook memes in there if you'd like. Barlow, upon you waking up as well a little bit earlier and courting the parties, just seems to have having a conversation with the lapidary. It looks like Stolor, someone you have actually talked to. And they're kind of laughing and cheering amongst themselves. Barlow sees you all kind of come and motions for the table. You see Stolor kind of sit down upon it, and then Barlow looks to all of you as you begin to clamber onto the table. Oh, good morning. I'm glad that you all had a nice night. Yes, good accommodations? At least, livable, I suppose.
Oh, it was very nice indeed. Thank you very much, sir.
Much better than we would expect in a town such as this.
Well, I appreciate that. I do try. What be it for breakfast? I have some oatmeal and some dried fruits and other things. I'm throwing in some spices.
Whatever you bring out, I'll take it.
Yeah, all right. Well, no problem. I'll get some bowls around.
Do you have that thing called cafe?
I don't know what that is.
It's a black liquid. It said, where did they say it came from? Was it the east or the west? Or was it somewhere else?
Did they?
I don't know. They said it was cafe, and it tasted pretty good.
I suppose maybe you all.
I'm
had that
pretty sure it was pronounced Kofifi.
Kofifi, yeah, that.
You see Barlow looking at the ground and the realization of the eyebrows. Is this something you all had at the Duke's Manor?
No. You found it on the ship. It was on the ship.
Okay.
Some kind of fancy victuals they were smuggling in.
I'll get
Yeah,
you some.
there was-
I'll get you all some food. I'll get you some bread, and I'll get you some water. Any ale for the table?
I'll take some.
Do you have anything strong?
It's a little bit early for that, isn't it? Sure.
No.
I'll get you some. It's fine. I'll accommodate. I can
Would it
get you
be-
something.
would it be possible to get some of your strongest alcohol to go, like like in a water skin or something?
Viva Las Vegas, I
Kinda
suppose.
young to be drinking that hard there, Zell.
No. I hope I have. There will certainly be uses for it at some point.
We,
He's too young to drink.
Very strong alcohol.
Viva La Rock. I mean, when in Rome. Oh, I don't know. Whatever you all
One in
want.
rock. That's a
I
nice
s-
thing.
I suppose. I don't. It was your
When I
water
say
skin.
strong, I mean like if we were talking alcohol to everything else, we're talking like 90%.
Okay, I don't necessarily have anything that strong. I mean, we're talking about. I mean, at that point, that is medical grade, chemical grade. I mean, can't get that from
Exactly.
natural means of distillation. But
wanted.
hey, you know what? We'll try to get you something strong. Your water skin. Yeah.
Yeah, no water skin.
Yeah. All right. Give me your water skin.
I just wanted some rum or something, but okay.
I'll get you rum. Don't worry, young lad. And I'll fill this water skin with whatever I find that is extremely alcoholic. Yes. It disappears in the
also
kitchen.
got
Which will also be rum.
Water in it. That's not. I would like a separate. I would also like to buy a separate water skin that just has actual water in it, so I don't
Doesn't
have to.
listen to you, walks into the kitchen, slaps down on the table with the head, looks towards you, Reg. What is wrong with your friends?
Friends is such a strong word.
What do you mean? I suppose your friends, right? Your companions?
Companions, victims of circumstance.
It's towards Cook Mimi. Cook Mimi looks. Is that one asking for rats? Rats? No. Asking for rats. I'll be back. I gotta go to the cellar. Get some alcohol.
Zell, are you looking to strip some paint off a wall or something in the near future?
Okay, so useful disinfectant. Also, waterboarding.
Waterboarding with alcohol? I don't think it works that way there, bud.
Lucas, how much do you know about the properties of ethanol?
Nothing, but I assume it'll work well.
No, it won't.
Zell, how do you feel about maybe me holding on to the alcohol for you? You know, just in
I
case
concur
we
with
need it for
Joe.
some,
It's also highly flammable, so if you need to set something on fire.
like my arrows.
Yeah.
Actually, I kind of like
Like
that idea.
yourself.
Alright, so I think we need like a 3-step approval process for Zell's ideas
Yes.
before you carry them out. When you say them, you need to get approval from 3 out of the other 5 of us before you can go ahead and do it. It's
Can I get
they're a real liability, man.
Because like disinfecting room, waterboarding, making things flammable.
I mean,
All the more reason
I
for me to
mean-
hold on to it for you.
are
Yeah,
Like
viable.
good
But
ones.
still, I'll agree with Joe that he should hold on.
Hey, Othello, I mean, he wasn't wrong, though. Is it rum o'clock already?
I'm just saying we're like at a bar. I didn't know when I could get any of it anytime soon. I figured we might have a use for it down the line. It may be it may be like months from now, but at some point, something incredibly flammable might be useful.
Thank you, Zell, for that contribution to our party.
Yeah. I just feel like I had a rough night. That's all. I just had a rough night.
Been there. Some of the
Yeah.
hog hunts I've been on.
If we ever need to get someone drunk to get them to spill secrets, it also works very well.
Thank you, Zell,
Sure,
for
should
that
I be writing this
contribution to
down,
our
or-
You're
party.
just painting yourself more and more an alcoholic at this point, but okay.
Yeah,
Comes
Joe,
back
Joe
with
can
a-
hold on to it.
A bottle, kind of sets it down and uncorks the bottle and smells. And there's no label to this bottle at all. This is some good rum. Fetched it from an outfit, well, an individual, I should say, in Fort Farron. Got some connections. It's pretty high. What you call alcohol, I suppose. Well, I don't have any water skinned or any way, so pushes the bottle onto the table. I suppose drink your fill. Here's a cup. And I'll just take it off of coin wise, how much ever you drink. Yep, sounds good. All right.
Thank you, Barlin.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Get your food.
Is that mine?
Nope, it's mine.
It's-
And I put it in my pack.
I hope you're doing that. I hope you know I'm doing the same thing to you next time you buy arrows.
Buddy, I
Well,
will
Zell, you
dunk
have to get
you
approval for that
into the
first.
next
so-
indoor. I'll dunk you into the next indoor toilet we find.
Carl
I
now
heard
comes
about
around.
this fancy technique called a swirly.
Barlow now
I'll
comes
help you with that,
around
Joe.
and gives you all food, lays down fresh baked bread, as well as kind of begins to spoon the actual oatmeal mixed with different dried fruits and things within, kind of pouring it onto the table and whatnot. Just finishes carrying the pot, heads back to the kitchen, doesn't say anything.
Thank you, Barlow.
I'm a look at the group, and I'm a signal for everybody to just to lean in a little closer. I saw something last night, and
Really?
I don't.
Hold on. I'll look around. Are the people that are in here very engaged in their own conversation?
That's a very general thing to do, passive perception wise. You see everyone's kind of eating their own food and having their own conversations. No one seems to be blinking or paying attention passively.
What'd you see, Othello?
I feel like I had a vision, which is weird because I don't really believe in visions or things like that. But it wasn't a vision because I was there. It's hard to explain.
You
Um,
teleported again.
maybe it happens a lot, and I don't know if it's due to my power or if it's due to these stones. But I tried to study my stone last night because of the similarities to the Duke stone. We possibly share the same stone, broken off from the same fragment. And I don't know, I felt something, and I was teleported somewhere. And I'll explain everything about how the visuals looked, about the man that I saw, all the way to the point where he grabbed me on the shoulder, and I'll tell them, I felt unsafe, like very unsafe in there. I didn't know what to do, so I backed out. Um, I feel like I need more information or more studying before I want to stay in a place like that or even understand what a place like that is. So I'm just letting y'all know as a warning. I don't know if you have tried or whatever, but just a warning, you might get taken to a place like that. I don't know, but be careful.
Well, hold on now. You was like teleported there, or you just kind of saw it?
Well, teleportation is a weird concept in Magic, all in all, because you can teleport your body, you can also teleport your mind, you can teleport a soul. So I felt like I was there, but not there at the same time. Because when I awoke, no time had passed.
Well, that's terrifying.
Okay. This might be a bit crazy, but do you want me to try it? You guys stay here to see what happens to my body when I'm gone?
No.
Yes.
No. We're not doing this here. And if we're gonna do it, maybe it
We're
should
We're
be
gonna do
you.
it in the privacy of a room that isn't
Yeah, we
surrounded
can-
by other
we can-
people.
You don't need to do it right in the middle of everywhere, but like I'm saying, like, do you guys want to like see what happens to the body when you're out there? I can see what it's
Yes.
like. Yeah, we all like
Yeah,
Why don't
that'd
you
be
stand on the
interesting.
table and do it right here?
not on the table, you idiots. I'm like in the rooms.
just don't spill my rum. I'm okay with it.
I kind of like look back at Ezekiel and I apologize. Like I was being a bit harsh. Sorry. Then I was like, okay, let's go try it.
You see in white lettering overhead, Ezekiel will remember this.
Damn it. So do we want to go try it out? I do a dive.
I'm just be careful, Zell. Seriously, just be careful.
I mean,
I don't
how do we know this guy is evil? Have we talked
He-
to him yet?
I don't
How do we know
he was
you're not
talking
evil?
to a white dragon, and the dragon called him master.
Wait, hold on a second. Dragons?
Dragons?
Yeah, more reason for me to go.
I always wanted me to big old nice dragon statue. Or not
I
statue.
mean, just
dragon.
because the dragon
Just my
is
outhouse.
just because the dragon is chromatic and not metallic doesn't mean it's evil. I mean, there's no-
You know what? You're right. You're Zelda Dragon Slayer. I don't even know why I misspoke.
Can I
Go get him,
figure
Dragon Slayer.
out like everything I know right now about white dragons? Because they are my favorite enemy.
Your favorite enemy?
My
Favorite.
favorite enemy. I'm a ranger level 1.
Because they're white?
Dragons are my favorite.
It's getting a little racy there. I'm just white dragons specifically. No.
dragons only.
Oh,
You know what,
gosh.
Zell? Just because I always wanted to hunt a dragon and maybe have a pet dragon, or even
Oh,
just a
there's
stuffed
8.
dragon.
So,
I'm inclined. Let's give this a shot, actually.
so this would be you have advantage on the intelligence check to recall information about them. So
Should I just
what's
click on the favorite enemy thing?
well, go ahead and roll an intelligence check, and then hold down Alt. And then if you're looking for specific information about them, we might pertain into history, or we could go into nature, or even Arcana. So it just depends on what you're exactly trying to pull out information-wise of this creature.
Just a general. What do I know about white dragons?
Okay, so roll the intelligence check at advantage. So hold on Alt, and then click the intelligence in the check.
DM, real quick. How big did I see that dragon as? Was it like young size, big size?
It's not that one. What you can tell from the head shape and other sorts of features, again, it was revealing itself into the light, but it was just its head and partially its neck. You couldn't get an idea of how real, truly the size of this dragon was. And based on even just going into Metascope, being able to see the token might not have been true size of this dragon. So,
Okay.
answer is too difficult to tell. With a 7 ability check, the information you can get after recalling, the slow clap, recalling based on these creatures is that white dragons have a knack for ice. They are that which loves ice. They have abilities that help them scale ice. They're also rather subterranean in a way. They like to burrow. That is all the information that you can get. Intelligence check.
So, Zell, you want to do this thing?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's go back to your room.
Just think of it as if you're lowering me into a cave with a tightrope. If you see anything go weird, like I start like convulsing or something, pull me out, like shake me and stuff. That usually helps with this kind of thing.
How long do I keep you shaking though? Like, do I know you're really
Well, you
like,
said it was
not
basically
fighting?
instant. So if you see any obvious signals something's wrong, like I start foaming at the mouth or like convulsing or something, shake immediately. If I'm in there longer than let's say 3 minutes, shake as well. Also, if I come out, let's come up with a phrase that I will say when I come out, so that if I get possessed, you guys know it's not me. It's like first thing I say when I come out, I say it. If I don't say that, you guys immediately tackle me and make sure and like kind of pin me down.
Yeah, we'll totally do that.
Okay, cool. I'm
Yeah,
ready.
So
Ezekiel is too
So when
excited
you
for this.
come out, I want you to say, "I'm the fanciest fairy boy in all the land."
No.
If you don't, we won't know that it's you, and we will think you're possessed. We'll have no choice but to
Can I
kill you.
just say?
I'll be so
Can I just say
confused.
Kofefe? Can I just say Kofefe when I come out and have that? be
No.
that?
I am the
Repeat after me.
fanciest fairy
I'm
boy
the
in all the land.
fanciest fairy boy in all the land.
I'm the fanciest fairy boy in all the land. Okay, let's go. Let's
Very
go.
good.
If you don't say that, I will kill you.
If you don't say, if that's not the first thing out of your mouth,
Let's go. I'll swallow my pride for this. Let's go. I'm too curious about this. I'll swallow my pride. I'm too curious to see to the guy who the dragon referred to as master. Let's go. Let's go.
Where's Reg?
he's in-
He's always gone.
Well, he had that breakfast date, right?
Always gone.
Oh, yeah.
He did
Well,
have
he
a
left.
date.
Technically, he left early before anybody woke up. So really, you don't know where Reg is.
I mean,
I guess Reg quit.
he
quit.
called us. He called
Yeah,
us.
we knew he was
Doesn't
going.
attach to
That's
us.
right, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So yes, we're gonna go down and we're gonna try out my idea.
Okay, so everyone is going down besides Reg. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and activate them then. Well, you just all two. So Reg, you're still in the kitchen at this point.
Okay.
No worries.
So remember the deal: 3 minutes or any obvious signs that I'm in pain and or danger. And when I
Sure.
come out, I'll say I'm the fanciest variable in the land, and we get going with this. Okay.
You got it.
All right.
Mhm.
I start trying to do what Othala detailed to us he did last night, like kind of examining the stone and such.
Okay. Looking into the stone and examining and kind of analyzing it, please make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
Correct.
Okay. Saves. So 20.
You stare into the stone. Nothing happens.
Impressive.
You gotta want it. You gotta really want it. Let it happen to you.
You're a real wizard now.
I'm gonna try again.
It's passed by as you're looking and focusing and roll again.
Yeah, he didn't say it.
Okay. Can I try again?
Roll again.
18.
15. You continue to stare. 10 minutes has passed by. Nothing has
I'm
come to you.
purposely trying to fail the check. Doesn't that mean I can fail it?
I start shaking him. Are you okay?
No. Yeah, I haven't gone in yet. I'm too good. My mind is too strong.
Do you need
Okay,
do you need to be
Dragonflight.
weak? I'm lost.
No. Just give me a second. I'm too good at avoiding mental attacks. Okay.
All right. If you don't do it, I'm go ahead, try it. Let's see.
Yeah. There we go. 8. Equaling 12.
Well, you stare into the stone. 10 more has passed by. Nothing happens.
All right,
I'm
we're
gonna
done
give it
here.
a shot.
Yeah, that was good.
Does Othala
Sometimes.
win? Are you down for trying it, or?
I'm gonna
you
try. Stare into the stone. And
This is amazing. Can we go now?
Nothing happens.
Clearly, only Othala Stone does this.
no, okay, all right.
Yeah,
Well, it was
it
worth
was
a shot.
only me. Yeah, it was cool.
Dang, I wanted a pet dragon.
We learned
So you got my
something.
hopes up.
I'm sorry. I'm not
also-
lying.
Pet dragon.
I could tame it.
I'm
I'll
gonna
kill it.
say this a bit out. This is a bit metagaming, but there is a class that gets a pet dragon.
Jerry Joe, you're the last one to leave the room.
Yes.
As you stare into your stone, everyone else leaves the room, kind of nonchalantly, kind of look away. As you stare out at the actual doorway itself, the world around you begins to morph in shape. It seems as though the darkness kind of begins to fall. You almost feel as you're falling backwards for a great period of time.
Woo.
As you get to hear the sounds, your vision is completely black, but you hear the sounds of frog creatures, rivets and croaks, as well as birds. Large amounts of trees nearby you seem to be in a muck of mud and vine. You kind of stand up. Your vision coming to, you notice there's a large amount of vine and other sorts of things that are in thralls, and looking around. This fog bank is just kind of billowing and protruding out from around you. As you're kind of looking around as fast as possible as you can, it becomes apparent that you're in some sort of bog, swamp, or marsh. Creatures themselves kind of moving to and fro from low vegetation, some of the uprooted roots of these large hulking ashen black trees. The bark itself splintered and cracked, black ooze dripping from them. The fog begins to pull apart directly to your western direction. As you begin to stare and look in that direction, you see over an expansive, large lake. As it kind of crests, and the fog is moving back and forth, kind of looking as best as you can. You walk to the edge of this lake. You stare in the direction of it. Finally, the fog clears in some distance of mileage. As it does, it unfurls itself, pulling back. You see a large tower. This tower is blackened, ash, rock, with vines curling around it. The top of the tower is ruined. It's roughly 100 feet tall. There's a glow of a bluish-black light that begins to vibrate, pulsating from it. As that begins to happen, you see and look in the direction as the lake begins to bubble and spit steams of something. This isn't water, but before you can tell what it is, you snap back. You're back in the room. Time itself seemingly stopped. You're there and looking as you're beginning. Everyone is continuing to funnel out of the room.
Really? What? Did I just go somewhere?
Joe, you okay?
What?
I'm going to slap Joe.
Oh, thank you.
Joe, what's the safe word? What's the safe phrase?
I'm the fanciest fairy boy in all the land.
Okay, good.
Guys, I just got transported or saw or I felt like I was there. I was in some big swamp. There was all kinds of vines and frogs and critters everywhere. I walked over to this lake and I saw this big old crumbly tower with this weird light coming out of it. And then the lake started to boil.
Okay, what is
And
the
I came
active?
back. And what?
We need to figure out why it happened to you, but it didn't happen a moment earlier.
Because I'm cooler than you, that's why.
He has
Fair.
better powers. I don't
Could
know.
be very possible.
Well, I agree this might be important. We do have other pressing matters.
I mean, it only takes like 10 minutes, right?
But yeah, there's some crazy stuff with these shiny rocks. Man, I just thought this was a cool looking rock when I was hunting hogs back in the day. These nuts.
Color is your rock?
It's black.
Wait, what color is Othalos?
Mine's just white.
Oh.
No, I think we need to go talk to Fellow.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good to me. Hey, Othala, can I get some of that rum real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Take a nice swig.
Hey, do you want the medical grade alcohol?
Nope.
Okay.
Joe took that. You don't have it.
Don't worry, don't worry. We only took it temporarily.
I'm watching you.
Indefinitely.
You're all finishing up your conversation of what just happened there. Are you heading upstairs?
Yep.
Yeah.
How's Reg's date going?
Yeah, how is Reg's date going?
I wonder how Reg is doing. Woo 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 woo. Panel to Reg. Wavy screen.
Yeah. What base has it gone to?
Wasn't wondering that, but yeah.
Just hope he's having a good time. Talking about recipes. Seems like a thing he's interested in.
She better treat him right. He's a nice guy.
He is.
Reg can handle himself.
But like, I would really love it if we found love over some potage, you know, just making out over a soup. That'd be.
Very invested in his, like, physical details of his romantic life.
Are you like living vicariously through him?
Yeah.
Zell,
No,
have you
I-
ever kissed a
I
girl?
have
Think a girl back
I've
home, Zell?
literally never seen a romantic. Zell has literally never seen a romantic relationship before, so he's like kind of super interested in how it works.
Okay. I think when we get to a bigger city, we'll take you to a courtesan.
No, that's not. That's not what he was referring to. That's not what he was
Well,
referring to.
we'll unpack that later.
He was
So-
like, he doesn't know. How can I put it? Zell doesn't know how dating works.
Or maybe you can mate with a
I'll tell you
dragon.
how dating works.
yeah, Dragon Slayer. I see what that term is for. Okay.
Yeah.
God damn it! I hate what you guys are doing to him.
You dragged yourself into this one, bud.
What have you done to my baby?
Regmore, please roll your cook's utensils, please. "24. You have gathered enough supplies, recreating as best as possible the soup that you ate, which is one of the quicker meals to be able to make. It seems as though you have recreated it. Cook Mimi as well as Barlow have tasted it, and it seems Barlow has left the kitchen at this point to help with some of the customers. They are quite ecstatic. It tastes amazing. From what you can tell, you have enough left in the pot that you've cooked it in to be able to transfer it to your date if you would like.
Yep. Take it with me.
All right. So, Regmore, you're going to head out the side door, or are you going to head out back to the actual common area?
Through the common area.
So you all are kind of coming back up the staircase, falling back into the table, having that what happened downstairs. You see Reg has returned, now with a pot of soup.
Well, hey, morning,
From the
Reg.
kitchen.
Oh, you guys are up now.
Yeah, early start.
Early. It's quite late.
We
No, I
were
know it.
doing some things. We're
Does anyone hear that baby? Is there a baby in the bar? That's disturbing. Is this Alabama?
Might as well be.
say my name.
Do you think
Huh?
I'd carry around a baby for anything besides terrifying people? If it's a demon baby, I'd carry around a demon baby.
You are
Wow.
our demon, baby.
Yes, we just need a harness for you. That's it.
God damn it.
That's no.
Reg,
Well-
aren't you supposed to be on your date?
Yes, heading there now. I'll be at the Duke.
Oh, have fun. Good luck.
Yes. Good luck.
Toodaloo.
Have fun.
Jelly, you're not gonna go spy on him with your invisible owl?
Don't give him any ideas.
No.
It's too
I think he
late.
knows me well enough to expect it. There's no point. There's no point if they expect it, so they'll just figure it out.
So Reg, you begin to head down the side path that leads away from the cobbled brick road. Kind of aim towards the stubble door in front of you. It's not necessarily the entrance per se. You also see there are some imprintations of boots around this corner here. Begin to kind of round around the corner of the building, suggesting that they're, this might not be the door that was mentioned. Suggesting there might be a kind of a space between this particular room and the next, especially the way the roofing structure works. As you kind of see the boot prints kind of tracing through, they seem to be quite thick, quite wide, and they look to be fresh.
Keep following the boot prints.
When across
Maybe I
into
should-
space, you see a lumber pile with a kind of a clay tile kind of canopy overhead, kind of protecting them from the elements per se. Snow is kind of billowing up on the sides of them. It's just large amounts of wood pile here. Seeing the boot prints entrenched, kind of moved around this particular space. These are more like shoe prints and smaller boots, suggesting two different humanoids with the prints. You come up to the double wooden door. What do you do?
Go up to the door and knock on the door.
One second. Let's see that. You're here. Oh, what is this? Looks delicious.
I tried my hand at making the soup that was presented last night.
That smells lovely, and it seems to be quite a creation. Come in, get warm. Opens the door and locks it. Yes, well, I have this for you here. This grabs a piece of paper, written some parchment there, hands it to you, and kind of like a note. That is the ingredients, all of what you ate last night, and my famous fish dish there, and roasted loin, and well, I think that you'll find that these things are not necessarily from here, the continent, but also a couple other places, and I hope that you will recreate them, pass them on to your loved ones. Yes.
I'll make sure to do so.
And this soup, I will definitely have this for lunch. Not much of it left after last night.
Rage will hand off the soup to her.
Takes the soup, puts it onto the table. Lovely. Well, is there anything else you need, my dear?
No, that... Not off the top of my head, unless you've heard any kind of rumors going around the city or so about missing prospectors. We've been tasked with possibly finding them and not really getting any kind of information from those.
Well, I mean, it's just not the first time, I suppose, that the people would, go missing on here. And they do return. That is, eventually, lost in the mountains and evergreen forests and tundra. Lived here most of my life. And it is a harsh conditions. It's a difficult region. Yeah, but they all come. They all come back. From what I hear, they've been gone for some time, and that is itself strange. But I'm not sure what they were tasked to find. Perhaps it was difficult, and they have succumbed. Why do you ask?
No reason other than Pelu has propositioned us and hired us on to possibly go look for them to either bring them back or bring back something from them if they're not alive.
Sounds like a promising proposition, and I would take Pelu. Pelu is you know, I have known Pelu since he got here years ago and reopened the mine, and he's been nothing but lovely. And well, I would. I would definitely say, if you whatever aid you can do to the fine village folk here of Harrock, that greatly appreciated.
That's what I plan on doing. I don't know about the rest of my companions, so. But
Well, my dear, if there's nothing else, I do have to get ready for breakfast. The Duke will be arising any moment here, and I need to make sure this is all prepared. As much as I'd ask for your help, this is a task I am to do. Let's get back to your friends.
all right, thank you for the recipes.
You're most welcome, my dear. Unlocks the door. Before doing that, she reaches out for a hug.
Gives her a hug.
Portly one,
Runs
aren't
off with this. What?
Portly one, aren't you?
It's all muscle.
Ah, well, you stay well fed, my love, and you have a good time.
Thank you again for the hospitality and the extravagant meal last evening.
Of course, it was my pleasure. Now, best get off. Gotta get my business done.
Fred's going to run with his new recipes to go try to scour through town to see what he can pick up from.
Okay. So you kind of start going in to try to see if you can find any of these recipes or ingredients of the recipes. What are you all doing here at the tavern? Obviously, it's a great deal of time spent.
I'm probably giving Zell a very detailed, like, primer to relationships. And I'm trying to make him as uncomfortable as possible.
And I'm fucking with them the whole time by giving Zell counter information to what Thea is saying.
Zell is deeply interested. He's like, the entire time, he's just nodding up and down and taking notes, like, I see emotions. Those are important.
Yes,
Joe's just
the
trying to-
way to a person's heart is to immediately go up to them and tell them the most unattractive thing about them.
He writes that down as like a second, he makes like a second list, which is like tips 101, and then he writes that down.
Joe's just trying to drown him out with his loot.
Brutally honest about everything.
Oh, I already have that covered. It's not a problem.
Make sure you make them pay for everything.
Yes, that is very
Never
important.
offer.
But sometimes,
Rule number one.
sometimes you have to offer, but then not follow through. Just dip out.
Well, that's just the economically sound choice.
Also, don't talk to them the next day, or even like a week. You have to wait at least 2 weeks.
And
Maybe
it's
even a
very
month.
inappropriate to make eye contact when talking to them.
You should look at their like throat, like you're hungry.
Well, yes. I mean, eye contact can feel like you're staring. I mean, it can make them uncomfortable. It's a
It
very
really does.
Wow, as good
Also,
as
you
this
should,
is,
you should always comment. You should always comment on how well fed someone.
I mean, it's a sign of wealth. I hear
Well-
there are some cultures, like especially like in the eastern regions, that where being well fed is actually a very well respected thing. It's basically like wearing silk everywhere you go. I mean,
Yes.
the more you're well fed.
Yes.
It's also a particularly attractive thing if you mama bird their food for them.
Yes. Always.
Oh, dude, we were setting him up for failure so hard.
That's great.
This is
This is all great.
Bella's gonna fall in love one day, and it's gonna be hilarious.
This is just great.
We're gonna have to rescue this guy from an angry mob at some point.
Nope.
Nope.
So after I'm gonna go ahead and fast track. So hour and a half, you guys are just talking and basically waiting for Reg. I think is what it seemed like you all are kind of up to right at this point. Being like, when is Reg gonna get back? Reg, you head through the market, you go to the general store. I mean, you're trying to find these ingredients. You are only able to find like 10% of what is actually on this list. There seem to be very oddball ingredients. No one seems to be trading in that here. No one seems to be selling into that here. And after a point, you become exhausted. You were able to find again 10%. So go ahead and reduce 5 gold pieces from your inventory towards that. If you're going to buy those things.
Yeah, I'd buy those, and with possibly going out to with the group consensus of taking on looking for the prospectors from the conversation last night, he'd also be picking up food supplies for being out in the wilderness the next couple of days.
Okay, so picking up extra rations.
Rations and stuff he can actually cook off of, dried meats, fresh meat for tonight if we do venture out.
Okay, so go ahead and reduce, I would probably say 8 gold pieces at that point. And then you can tack on, as far as rations you have, you can tack on an additional 10 rations. You're going to be buying for everyone else, right? For the remainder of the days, you want to get obviously a lot more food than that, but
yeah,
if that's what you're doing, then however, ration-wise, it's half a gold per ration, so you can kind of do the math there for yourself and get as many rations as your heart delights from different general stores, as well as some of the traders in town fetching different sorts of meats and dried things. Eventually, we'll have you come back here. As you're coming back to the tavern. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So you're able to get a lot of food. I'll probably say 3 days worth. As far as if you're collecting it for your friends, again, you can always add that to your inventory when you like at this point. So we'll have you come back after a period. Everyone's been kind of hanging out. Barlow's been kind of moving around. People have come to and from the tavern. Most of the people have actually left at this point. But there's kind of a swing that's kind of filtering in at a certain point here in a couple hours. So Barlow's prepping for that, getting meat put up on the spit. Seems like be a boar upon the central hearth. And the voices are kind of subdued at this point from the actual crowd as people are no longer there.
And so if you find one particular that you wish to mate with, the ritual is to go up there and boop them on the nose with your finger.
And then
You have to make a
caw.
very specific noise. You have to go.
Mm-hmm. Caw. You
How
have
do you
to.
do it?
You have to make a screech, like a crow.
Let's see. Would this be accurate?
A little
Yes,
bit more.
that is
throaty.
it exactly.
Throaty. No,
So
throaty.
seductive.
Throatier.
What?
What? And
What?
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 Well, it was
There's
just-
Brody here.
It was giving him some hearted dating advice, Speaking of, how'd you do there, Ridge?
Yeah.
Yes, I want details.
On what?
No, just your outing. What happened? Step by step, exactly everything. Leave out nothing.
That's super
Bill has
weird.
a little notebook out, like ready.
Two.
I'm gonna draw.
I even have extra ink. I have like a quill and like extra ink, like 2 like ink things. Just like I can go all night.
Reggie morning is your own. You ready to go? Unless you want to share, I don't.
Yeah, I got supplies for us the next 3 days. We're good. Let's go.
Oh,
Going
thanks,
grocery
boss.
shopping? Oh, thank you.
Nice. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
We can head off to
Do you
now.
need some coin for that?
Yeah, sure. Everybody pitch in.
Yeah. Give a gold. Give some gold. I'll give Reg a gold.
I'll give him a gold as well.
Wait, how much was it for a
You.
ration?
It's half a gold a ration.
Here it's half a gold a ration. It seems like when you're collecting.
I'll give you 2 gold.
Have a day's
Yeah,
worth.
is there like a trade function in Forge somewhere?
In Foundry, there is a trade function. Yeah, you can actually trade to a player certain items.
Oh, sent to a player. Nice.
Wait, where is that?
Probably not necessary to trade certain things, right? We can always just reduce and add.
All
but,
right.
um,
Fine, I'll do it the easy way.
if you're attempting to
Oh
do
my
it,
god, the
you can
spam!
you can actually right click the item, and then you can hit trade to player. So you can actually right click and hit set or send to player the actual specific item. And then as far as coin is concerned, there's a scale at the bottom of the inventory. That bottom of the inventory allows you to send gold as well. Cool module, like a lot.
Cool.
Nice module.
Nice.
They all can trade amongst yourselves. Yeah, I see that red's getting literally spammed right now. I love it.
I mean, you don't have to. I mean, you did
He's
get
throwing coin at
Our
Reg.
money. Take our money.
Take it on.
It hurts. I'm sorry.
There's so many. You all have said literally all these requests. That's awesome.
And to Pelus, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
pair.
Pelus.
Let's go.
We decide we're gonna accept the job then.
Yep.
Seems like it.
Might as well.
But yeah, I
So
was just
we'll head over to. I think we'll head over to Pelus and try to check in with them.
okay. Also, I was curious. What would we do if Regamore actually did, fall in love with the cook?
That would be beautiful.
It would.
No, but like,
Over on the
I would
nose.
foster that relationship.
no, but what I mean is they'd get this place is gonna close, so they're not gonna be able. So either we'd have to stay here, or we'd have to leave.
Long distance. It works.
Nope, we would take her with us.
True love
Yeah.
lasts.
New companion.
So my options for how to take her with us: either kidnapping or killing the Duke. Those are
Oh
options.
my god.
Wow.
She's-
Those
Ah.
are options.
So that's a
I
very
just-
We
interesting
would-
conversation.
Shoot. There would be a new spot in the party open because we would trade you to the Duke. So
Seem like the two
Wanna
easiest
say-
ways of it happening. There are other ways, but those seem like the two easiest.
So as you travel
Yeah,
20
so
or
it's
some
worth a
odd
lot of
minutes,
coin.
coming up to the field house here, right? You can have this conversation as you do, but it seems as though with the snow happening and there's a howl to the wind, you begin to make a kind of a quicken pace up there to get there with the cold and temperatures in the environment. Now, as you reach into the field house, you see that there is a Thoric here. The half orc is kind of hammering away a couple different postages on the board. Postages are just different assignments potentially for change of the actual day or the act shifts in towards the night shifts. And it's kind of looking towards you, kind of grumbles. "Rrr." As you go to the door, opening it yourselves this time, it seems to be unlocked. You see Pelariza is currently reading a book with the feet upon the actual desk. Reading the book and facing, just peeks the eyes up as you all begin to make way heading in. Is immediately puts the feet down, slams the book, continues to have it open upon the desk, looks towards you all. Well, well, well. Moves the hand towards the door to shut it themselves.
Good morning, Palu. We thought it over, and we will accept the job.
Well, that is wonderful. I am so glad. Well, let me just go ahead and dig through here. Moves to the drawers and grabs the contract that was kind of created and kind of slides it down, grabs an ink bottle and a quill or a pen and sets it down alongside of it. I am very grateful that you all have decided to take this endeavor on. If you all would please sign your names, and my name is already on there. You can see the name of Pelariza on there, as well as the actual kind of maybe a sealing wax of the actual Horak Mining Company symbol. It's actually been put already upon it. It kind of stretches and reaches over. I am so fortunate that you all here. And actually, excuse me, real quickly. I'm going to get you something here. Slides over to the case of scrolls and this kind of this enclosure and begins to funnel through and reaching down, pulls out kind of a larger one, moves to the actual desk on the outside, unrolls and unfurls it. So, while you all are getting there to signing it, this right here, you can take this map with you if you'd like. This is exactly where they were headed. So, yeah, it's to the north of here. We're running through some switchbacks and into a small outcropping of evergreen trees where some of this ridge line extends through. The ridge itself, Harvin Ridge, is what I have designated as. There was a speculation that if we can get into that ridge and maybe a cavern or a cave or something, we can begin to collect samples and soil. Try to see if it's worthwhile digging direct into that direction, expanding the mine. Now, distance-wise, it's actually not too far from here. It should only take your journey roughly 5 to 6 hours. But depending on where they went from here, this location, the trees, and really following that ridge line, you might find things otherwise. With the snow and all the conditions, it's going to be difficult to track. So I'm hoping that they left some signs behind. They had climbing tools and other sorts of things alongside, so depending if they might have been scaling something or getting to an area of difficulty, maybe there will be residual things. Beyond that, you won't be able to find much of anything, except for maybe buried underneath the snow. I appreciate this. I really do.
Do you have any climbing gear that we could also use just in case we need it?
Oh, yes, of course. Of course. One moment, real quick. Walks to the door and throws the hand and the door swings open. Thoric, my love, Thoric, climbing gear, please, if you will. Turns back. How many would like?
6, please.
All of you. Oh. Don't mind me, just made of gold over here. Thoric, 6 climbing kits, please, if you will. And yeah.
We can return them when we're done.
I'll nudge Ezekiel. Remember cash up front, right?
Sound the chair. Thoric will be 1 second. I guess I'll go into the storehouse and fetch those for you. No worries, no worries. Return. If not, don't feel like I don't have much of those in the way of supplies. Plenty of pittons and.
Oh, you're beyond generous. Thank you.
Oh,
And the 1,000 gold in upfront for expenses we had talked about.
Oh, did we talk about that?
I checked the contract.
Yes, well.
Yeah, that was in the contract, wasn't it?
Whatsoever. How much was it?
1,000 gold pieces up front.
1,000 rupees. You all drive such a hard bargain, don't you all? Flicks the finger and opens inside another chest.
Peace is priceless,
larger.
you know?
Kind of drags it out.
Fair wages for fair work.
This wooden metallic chest, roughly 1.5 feet in its width, 1 foot in height. Rolls it to you all. Sorry, 2.5 feet in width. Rolls it to you all, slams it down, closes the wardrobe, taps the wardrobe. Oh, my beauty, you have been in great work lately. Sits down upon the chair. That moment, Thoric slams in, carrying bundles, and just throws them upon the ground. Pelu, here you go. Thoric, thank you, my love, thank you, dear. You will make sure those postings actually stay on the board this time. Door slams.
Pelu, is there an apothecary or anything in town? Anywhere that sells healing potions?
Oh, nothing of the sort. No apothecary. I honestly don't think a trader has really made their way selling those kind of potions. But I do have my own private supply. I try to keep for myself in case things get quite hairy. I once had the talent of learning the arcane here or there. Being such a very dangerous place up here in the mountains, and like to make sure I'm well prepared.
I think you're quite prepared. Look at you. Nothing could hurt you.
You're right. Nothing can.
Yeah, you must have valuables that we could use that would help us, gain their
Like-
some health potions or something.
Well, I mean, aren't you all? I mean, you all great work with the creatures, right? You should be fine.
Allow me to.
Sorry.
All right. Okay. I
Pelu,
guess.
can we purchase those off of you?
Suppose that would come from the 1,000 gold I had just given you for the buying the supplies for starting. I guess so. I mean, push comes to shove. But looks towards Sturdy Joe. maybe it'll cost you just a little bit.
How much?
Well, I don't know. Struts around, looks towards Sergio, staring in the eyes, and looks. Perhaps dinner with this one?
Done.
Done.
Ah, fantastic. Well,
I do like a good time.
no worry about the coin. Takes towards the wardrobe and puts both hands on the wardrobe this time. You can see this swirling energy around as kind of some of the dust and debris begins to move and the runes become a light. Haven't pulled this out in some time. Grabs the wardrobe and unfurls it. You see there is approximately 6 of these flasks with this reddish liquid all neatly in a row upon one of the shelves of the wardrobe.
Thank you.
Much obliged. Looking
of
forward to
course,
that
of
dinner
course.
too.
Who's all taking them? One each, I suppose. For each of you.
Yes.
Certainly.
I would like to give mine to Ezekiel.
Great. Thank you.
Go ahead and start dragging into inventory. So you go
Come
for
on.
2 into your inventory.
Yeah,
Everyone
I feel
else.
Ezekiel.
Okay, so everyone's taking one except for Zell, who's giving it away.
Rich isn't gonna take one.
Then who's getting Regis?
Thea or Joe would be optimal, but
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I can't heal myself.
I can heal myself, so I guess give it to Thea.
Thea.
Rich.
So 2 to Thea, 2 to me, 1 to Joe, and 1 to Athal.
Okay.
And then,
Okay.
if you're all right, I would like to see set aside this 1,000 that we have here as party fund to be used for party expenses in the future. And then whatever we get the remainder, we split evenly like we do. I don't need to hold on to it if somebody else does, but I think we should set aside things to be able to like buy things like potions or other expenses that we might have as a party. But what do you all think?
It seems fair.
Seems like
Yeah.
a fair and honest way of doing things.
Yeah, that works for
Yeah.
me.
Rainy day fun.
Who wants to hold on to that?
Rich will look over to Pelu and pull out the recipe list that he got. Pelu, you wouldn't have any of these ingredients on this list at all.
I am not in the mindset of it. Look, real quick. Reaches, and looks, snaps at your hand, stares at it. What is this? This isn't potion making.
Yeah,
No.
potions. Totally potions.
But if you and Dirty Joe are gonna have your little dinner, it's only proper you have a good meal prepared.
No. See, I don't have any of this on this list, and I mean, you yourself, I think you can cook something if you're attempting to, but my eye is not necessarily on the dinner. Looks toward Dirty Joe.
I flutter my eyelashes at him.
Just what I like to see. Yes, indeed. Well,
That's it, no.
you all best be get going. It is going to take some time, and hopefully not before the night falls.
Do you have horses or beasts of burden that make it quicker?
I can give you some horses, but I dare say I would hate for those to be lost. I suppose they can come out of the coin I've just given you if you want, and bring them back. You can always have them for rent, I suppose.
I mean, it's about really how much faster you want this job done or not.
The ridge
What
is
kind of-
very, very dangerous. And, horses, even though as capable they are, might not be able to make the trek. I haven't been
Fair
there,
enough.
so-
Do you have any of those sled dogs that might be able to?
Sled dogs.
No, let's go.
I don't know what you mean.
We're wasting time.
Okay.
See you around.
Farewell, toodaloo. What do you mean I'm supposed to go into that? That's the assignment. That's what Pelu said. Oh, Richies.
When we get outside, I'll just go over to Dirty Joe and be like, I volunteered you, but I can always go in your stead if I have the ability to look like you if I need to. So if you don't
Oh
want
no, I'm a real slut for a free meal. I'll do just about anything for free chow.
Dirty Joe, if things get too rough in there, just yell cabbage.
The guy's half my size, and he
That's
seems
not
like
what we
as
taught
much
you.
of a fancy pants as you are. I think I'll be all right.
He's a mage. We don't know how strong he is.
In
Yeah.
large.
Well, I guess I might be able to test that out tonight now, won't I?
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna have a bad joke. Like he's got that in hand. I don't know why you're not playing a bard, bud.
Okay.
Full charisma.
So he meets bards. That's it.
Yeah, he meets bards and he takes their loots from them.
Okay.
Until the
He's
bard
started-
casts enlarge on himself.
You
All
know
right,
what?
so
This was
I'm
kind of like a session with just only bards, all just introducing everything. Just that'd be hilarious.
I
Oh.
want to create a asexual bard. I think it'd be very counter to the type.
The thing is,
All
I've
right.
actually heard that that's something a lot of people like to do. It's a fun idea, but I know it's actually an interesting take. People do.
Or we could all be turtle bard monks and then make a group named Green Day.
Or we all do catfish, you know, like that catfish race, and we all just all carry around water at all times. Like it's a big thing. Just like, oh dang, we need water. Just like
And we catfish everyone we meet.
Yep.
that's great. Catfish and doppelgangers. Catfish and doppelgangers. And catfish everyone. Meme team.
We're already the meme team.
So I dragged in climbers into your inventory. I think that way we'll make sure you have them in your inventory. Potions should be there for those took them. As you look at the map, the trail itself is quite clear. The ridge line is forming to the north end, about the stables or the pack area that they have some of their goats and their horses and things. As you take the road or the path north from the field house, the path ends right as you enter into that pack area, navigating through between some of the tents and enclosures, as well as the covered areas. You begin to see that the ridge line is a vertical sloped face that kind of protrudes out from another adjacent mountainside. And between on the other side is a smaller hilltop or mountain. Much of it is covered in evergreen trees and is almost kind of pushing itself up, and then some of which are climbing upon the ridge line itself that's now increasing and growing larger from that slope. The journey itself, as you begin to traverse, is difficult, much of it in difficult terrain. As you are kind of shoveling yourselves through, you notice that switchbacks are naturally forming as you're kind of moving up and back and up and back through evergreen trees on the edge of kind of a slope. Eventually there's level off sections, catching your breath and reducing your exertion. You're able to kind of see that the evergreen trees are becoming more and more sparse. In addition, that the mountain itself is kind of crashing into the ridgeline, suggesting that the elevation and the map itself reaches to a point where the path might become impenetrable without proper equipment and tools and kind of mountaineering, right? And as you continue to climb, you get to a spot where a vertical slope begins to work itself up on the ridge, craggly and faces. And you're at a position of backtracking where you've came, or hiking along the ridge line and continuing in the northwestern direction. But if you went in the northwestern direction according to the map, you're getting quite far away from where the mine would actually kind of push its way underground. So using the map and the skills that you have, it becomes apparent that this might be in the specific area that these prospectors would have gone. With passively, perceptions and investigations, the cliff side itself, after reaching this area, seems to be of subject. I believe Thea, with your passive investigation, as well as Dirty Joe with your passive perception, you both can kind of get an idea that frozen within the actual rock or cliff face appears to be small metallic metal rods. So as you reach up to that point where the snow is burrowing and kind of pushing your way past, up about 10 to 15 more feet up the large rampart of snow that's protruding from the cliffside and kind of stretching, looking in the direction of up, down, and around, you can see that there is a crack within the actual rock above. And frozen, dangling down, and traced within snow and ice is a rope. Pittons themselves work their way up, staggered. It seems this climb is roughly 50 feet. As the rock is almost formed and cracked within the earth, there is a small protrusion or bluff that sits almost kind of jagged and forming out. Kind of having a foot or a handhold to kind of climb yourself up, pull yourself to, and then slip within the rock or the crevice. The cliff face itself is slippery, just from the buildup of snow, ice, and the jaggedness of the rock. However, it is not going to be too difficult to climb, based on the fact that the pittons have already been established, and that the foot and handholds are apparent. Disappearing overhead, the cliffside of how distant and increasing it becomes, about 240 feet does the cliffside actually end above you. So the climb itself that you're doing is only a fraction of what you might have to do. From the tracks and what you can see is not much of anything without a proper survival check, based on the fact that the snow has been billowing and forming itself much of the day, as well as the amount of times these prospectors have gone missing. Now, looking around, I need everyone to roll perceptions.
Really?
Wait, how do I roll a perception if I'm not on the map here?
You can roll from your character sheet.
Trying to remember where the hell that is.
The three little people.
The three little dudes. There's a folder called
Yeah.
Player Characters.
Oh, that's the one. Wait, which one am I rolling again?
Perception. $19. So, Dirty Joe and Ezekiel. Ezekiel, as you're kind of looking to see, you're now coming to the perceptions of these pittons, of what's above in the rope. You're by an evergreen tree that juts about 30 some odd feet. You're noticing that it kind of is off-centered towards the pittons in the rope and seems to have been used, as well as you're doing, there's actual marks, potentially, of, in the climber's kit. There is cleats, like spike cleats that can go on your boots, and you're noticing that there's scars and tears within the bark itself. And then at the base of this tree, barely visible at this point from the amount of snow that is billowed, is an X mark that has been kind of dug into the bark in a large amount. Both of you are able to see that.
X marks the spot, huh? Somebody else has been here.
Maybe in this case, it marks danger.
We're just trying to find our way back.
Hey, Joe, you want to check it out?
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
In that case, I'm gonna keep an eye on them, so that way, if Joey falls, I can cast a spell to help.
Hey, we go up with them too, so I think it's a
Yeah, I'm going.
battle
with
buddy.
it.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna lead the way up. Well, off we go.
So there's only Joey and Thea?
They're just gonna scout at the top, and if it's safe for the rest of us to climb, then we'll climb up with them.
Okay, then yeah.
No point of all six of us being on a rope trying to climb up an icy mountain and then it not being okay.
I know, I was just looking to make sure there's no one else coming up.
Well,
Okay,
they're climbing up. Red's just gonna shuffle around in the snow, see if there's any tracks left over or anything that, aside from the gear that's been climbed up the cliff face, to see if there's any other signs on the ground people have passed through.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a survival check, and then whoever's climbing, please make athletics checks with advantage using the climber's kit as well as the pittons and rope that's already established. Hold down Alt for your athletics check. Survival 21. Looking around through some of the snow and some of the trees and doing your best you can, you don't see any marks in the trees further up the ridgeline in the northwestern direction that kind of parallels the side of this mountain. Nor can you see anything as far as tracks in the permafrost of the underness. What you can do is when you come to the edge underneath the pittance and the rope and kind of digging through, you actually see there is a sack of some kind, or a knapsack, and it resembles the same climber's kit that you currently have, where the bundles of your pittance and picks and things are stored in. And the sack seems to be under the actual snow layer itself and is slightly frozen solid. It carries the Harak Mining Company symbol, just like your kits as well. Dirty Joe with the 14 and Thea with an 18, you begin to make the ascension, climbing up. You work together as you begin to kind of work on the climber skits, climbing yourself up using the pittons and different tools and the picks themselves, the ice picks. You're able to kind of get up onto the actual protrusion of the rock, just big enough for one of you. As one of you rolls off, you help the other one kind of get up onto that position. And that elevation of feet you can see as you stretch down 50 some odd foot at this point beyond the actual protrusion of that rock. It's quite far down. With your climber's kit, you feel okay and safe, and you've made it. Now, the actual crack within the rock itself is very small, just big enough for someone to maybe slither in. But then it begins to open up, as it does with dark vision. As you're able to look through, you can see it kind of snakes back and forth, opening up. So you can't actually get a particular sight of what might lie ahead, as it is moving back and forth as it goes inwards. In a distance, though, right now, kind of moving up to the crack, which is only a foot or so away, you can kind of pull your hands in and feel that the rock itself is jagged and edged. It's this darker granite of the actual mountainside. And the smell coming out currently is that of rotten flesh.
I'm gonna relay what I can see to Joe because I know he can't see it.
Sure, yeah, I don't have dark vision.
Well,
but I
he
definitely
can
smell it.
see. He can see because this again, it's snaking, right? So your dark vision only is getting you so far. But even if you didn't have dark vision, you're looking at more rock that's disappearing around a corner, right?
Yeah.
Do you continue
I don't like
in
the
or
smell
not?
of that.
I want to use my primeval awareness. Wait, can I use that? How many types of creatures are present within a mile of you? Aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. Sure.
Okay, so you're going to use your primeval awareness.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you begin to reach out, stretching and looking through, based on the distance, as far as you can tell, you're closing your eyes and using your senses and looking. There seems to be a presence of something in the distance than the earth itself. Unable to really understand its location or number, you know it exists.
I'm getting a tingling on the nape of my neck there. There's something, some kind of fey force, some kind of nastiness deep down in that mountain. I mean, you can use your nose just on your own. It smells like a cougar's den up in there. There's something nasty posted up in here. And we saw those pittons that other people that went here. This is probably the fate that befell them. Whatever's in there snatched them. They didn't get back out.
Yeah. If I do an investigation, could I tell if if tracks lead in here, if they look rushed, if they look panicked, if there's traces of something on the walls that I can see without going further in?
No, you'd have to roll. You'd have to go further in for that investigation, based on the snow and the buildup and the actual time that it's taken. You'd either have to roll a survival check for tracks in the actual earth itself, which would be a very high DC to be able to tell, or you'd have to step in and then begin to investigate further within the actual cavern or whatever cave is what's happening.
I think we need to tell everybody else what we found.
Agreed. Let's head back down.
Okay. So you begin to rappel, no roll or check necessary. Eventually you land down into the snow. Now with your ropes freshly done, the ascension is actually going to be null of a check, as you have used your climber's kits as well to establish yourselves with rope to get back up.
Is just going to point out the pack that he found to Ezekiel. Because it's up on the mountain cliff, or the cliff face, isn't it? Or is it on the ground?
It's on the ground below the pittons and the rope. Again, imagine itself a piece of earth that's climbing, smacking into a vertical face, and then continuing in the distance of northwest. You've essentially ascended an elevation to get upon a ridge that's now continuing to the northwest, but the mountainside is climbing. And so it's almost at that point of where they've collapsed together.
Okay. I found one of their packs down here.
Oh, looks like we might be in the right place, but let's wait for Joe and they had to come back to see what they know. Good eye.
Shall we take it with us just in case?
There's something useful in there. Or maybe to just prove that we came here. That might be useful too.
Yeah. It might also be useful if one of them's still alive. Maybe they could use it to not. They can't make it easier to come back with us.
Can you handle it, Reg, or you need me to carry it?
I can take it.
All right.
They need to hurry up. I'm cold. Very cold. Prestidigitation is not working.
Well, if you two would eat a little more and get a little bit more meat on your bones.
Reg, I don't have it in my body to grow a beard like you. I wish I could. I'd be warm all the time.
So I'll hop back down to the ground and gather everybody over. Say, I felt a presence in there. You know, I do have a bit of a third eye when it comes to certain types of dangerous creatures. And you're wizards, y'all know what that's about. Yeah, there's something deep in there, something nasty. And even from
Sounds like death.
yeah, it smells god awful as soon as you get up there. There's something been killed up there.
How narrow is the path?
You can go single file through that crack in there.
I don't like
Yeah.
that.
Kind of
That's
snakes.
windy.
Yeah, it's definitely not a favorite approach there, but this seems to be where our prospectors were headed, based on what you found here. And well, if they're going to be anywhere, they're going to be in there. If we're going to do this thing, we got to be on our guard.
Could we possibly dig out the hole to make it bigger for us to enter?
Oh shoot, no man, that is hard mountain bedrock up there. That'd be a major.
Yeah.
We
No,
didn't bring
it's
any
all right.
kind of
We'll
big
just send Zell
pneumatic
in
drills or
first.
nothing.
No, I
That's always
think
the plan.
that if we're gonna do this, we should first of all clarify we are going up there, right? Like, there's no dispute about that.
Yeah, no shit.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that because I didn't want to like go down a big rant. Anyway, if we're going up there, we should come up with an order to do it. And
Zell
we should-
first.
Yep.
I was thinking more Ezekiel followed by Rigamore, since Rigamore could go small and
No.
carry-
You're the tank, so you're first.
Yes. Wizard is the tankiest person in the party.
Mm-hmm.
You got that fancy bird, right? Have him hop in first.
That's
Well,
smart.
let's take a vote. Who goes in the hole first? I vote for Zell.
So
Zale.
You know what?
I mean-
I'll go up first, but I'm sending the owl in the hole. Got it?
We
That's
we
what we
saw
thought.
What
you
you do in
take,
your own time
take
is
on
your
the,
own business.
We saw you take on the Drugar down on that tower. You did a good job.
yeah.
Thrown off the tower.
Yeah, great combat senses there. You got all these kind of damage spells. You decided to kick him in the face instead. You are
Mhm.
definitely who we want up front. That's the kind of
Yeah.
can-do attitude that can get us through this quest.
We agree. Anybody opposed?
Nope.
Good. Let's go.
Okay.
I'm climbing in front, but if I prepare a spell and I don't use it, I don't use the spell slot, right?
Are you saying I'm going to hold a spell?
Yes.
Like
It's
hold an
mobile.
action to cast something?
Yeah.
I mean, you can just state it. I mean, we're not in combat, so.
Okay. If something happens, I'm Misty stepping behind Ezekiel if anything happens. Got it?
That's fine. You could do that. I mean, when we get into, we're still going to roll initiatives, right? It's still. I mean, that's the whole point of initiative is how quickly someone can react to something. So that's the whole point of it. So as you
I want to be prepared for
Lucas, it's gonna be okay. All right, just take a deep breath. It's gonna be all right. As you climb up
It's
the rope,
not.
as you climb up the rope, you get to this point of the protrusion of the rock. Again, it's single file at this point. Right? You can only one person on that, one person in, one person. Right? So you're almost like going up. Not to mention you can share a rope on this particular rope. It's definitely enough to handle a couple of you, 3 of you. But you get onto this spot, Zell, and you can see the crack itself as it's jagged, and now that smell is kind of wafting towards you. And you're looking in, but again, it's zigzagging. You can't see directly through, only about 5 feet or so as it moves to the left and back to the right. What do you do?
Okay. I'm just gonna check this quickly, but I'm pretty sure Snowy has dark vision.
No,
Yeah.
no. We don't want the surprise. You go in first. You save your alpha later. We might need it.
No, I'm sending it Snowy.
So Snowy flies in, comes
As
back,
snakely as possible.
comes back in, out, flies and lands down at your feet and looks towards you. It's only gone for 2 minutes.
And I mean, I can communicate with it. Does it say there's anything bad down there? Dangerous?
Master, no, it's not good in there, Master. It's a large cavern. There's pillars in there, and it's not. I mean, it's not that big. There's stuff, and there's a large hole, and the large hole doesn't look very good. But there's nobody in there. Oh, I should say.
I pass the
Nobody.
information down to everyone who's currently on the rope, and then I head in. And I tell them to pass it down to the people below them.
I can only talk to you, Master. But don't talk to them. Don't worry.
I'm gonna
I love the Snowy voice, by the way. That's great.
So you all.
Do you guys like
So Zell,
more than-
upon heading in, Snowy kind of waits there, giving you all the same kind of spiel. Why not? So as you begin to kind of work through the rocks themselves, it very quick. You go maybe 2 or 3 of back and forth as you're pulling through. What's up? Here, so you go, David.
Yeah. Just like when he gets like halfway through, I'd like to like very dramatically.
So as
What
you
was that? Did you do that?
I'd like to
again?
startle him with a scream.
startle the screen.
Oh.
I might have broken it.
Jumps
Yeah,
into
yeah,
the
that
room.
didn't.
I got
Just
the
we're
scream that
cutting
you're
off.
doing. So halfway through, right? You hear the scream. What do? You stop.
He jumps as
Jump.
high as he can into the roof, hitting his head for 1d4 damage.
All right, 1d4 damage. I like it. I'm gonna roll it. All right, you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage. The actual height of the crack itself is dipping down in difference, right? So sometimes it gets down to 5 feet, sometimes it's down to 4 feet, sometimes it climbs up to 7 feet, right? It's exaggerated. But what is important is that it is a handful of feet that you're actually traveling through in the direction of the actual rock, so in the direction of east necessarily. So as you're kind of going through, it's about 5 to 6 feet. As you finally step in, you see this crystalline, these white kind of void crystals. They're looking around as it's stretching from left to right. The radius of this particular cave is barely 15 feet, and it's forming slightly a dome and concave shaped as it's craggling around. But the crystals themselves extend outwards at various places. They seem to be void of any coloration or pigmentation, very clear, slightly opaque at times. You can see bedrolls centered in the actual center part of this actual cave, and the bedrolls themselves, many of them have been disturbed, lacerated, or pulled apart, as there's fragments of different pieces of fabric or cloth. Bags have been kind of dragged and then opened and then pulled apart. So equipment is scattered about. There used to be a fire pit or a campfire of some sort, which is long gone out. When in addition to that, as you're now looking through Zell, stretching to the backside with your dark vision, you see about at the backside of this cave. Again, the radius isn't very large, so in distance from you, it's about 30 feet. And you can see that the backside of the cave, there is a circular hole directly in the wall. And it is barely above, about maybe a half a foot above the actual cavern floor. It's large and encompassing a radius of roughly 15 feet at its width. And it's just massive circular hole. Rock and debris are underneath it, pushing outwards towards you. And they're small bits and pieces of rock and crystal. What do you do?
Okay, something went through that wall. So, has anyone come in like after me yet?
You're like poking your head through that one space. Now they're, I would say, probably behind you, funneling through, or maybe just waiting. David's shaking his head, waiting. David says waiting. They're waiting.
Yeah, we're all I'm waiting.
I'm waiting to see if he screams.
Some of you on
I
the
was
rope,
waiting.
right?
Was behind him.
I tell them that for now it's safe. I tell them to pass that along as quietly as they can. Then I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go either to.
It's safe for now, he says.
Yeah, Yeah, might as well go in at this point. Our cover's blown.
Off this goddamn cliff. Anyway, I
So-
am going.
Roll perception.
Yup.
Can I slap him
No, you're
through the
not,
computer?
no, you can't. He's through some of the little switchback turny thingies.
I
You're,
am turning
head's
around
poking
and I'm
in.
slapping Ezekiel.
I think it's too far at this point. Roll perception.
Yeah, I'm like right
You call
behind
me
you.
reckless. I got it.
Roll it out, Lucas. You can do it.
Fuck.
See?
17
Okay.
perception. Nearby the hole, just off center to the right, underneath a pile of little bits of rocks and crystals, are 2 humanoid legs that have been ripped off of some body.
Yeah, okay. I am.
They call me the reckless one. They call me the child of the group. This guy fucking yells because I tell him to be quiet. My God.
You don't hear anything or see anything beyond that.
My
After
character
the-
might be the most mature one at this table somehow, or at least compared to Ezekiel.
So, your perception, what I stated here, is that you did not hear or see anything after Ezekiel yelled.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna go into the room since they're behind me and I can't do anything, but I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna find the first piece of cover I can and I'm gonna duck behind it.
You duck behind one of his like stalagmite crystal rocks formations, so you could have ducked getting total cover. Okay.
All right,
Well,
Joe's gonna go in and sniff the place around. He's gonna see if this looks like any kind of known animal behavior that he's come into before. You know, he's good at tracking things, especially predators. So
Okay. Roll a nature check.
I'm gonna go in and I'm investigating those ripped apart bedrolls. See if anything was in them when they got ripped apart.
Okay. Roll investigation. $15. From your investigation, it does appear that there was individuals in these bedrolls that have been removed from the 2 legs and the lack of anything else except for drag marks going for the large gaping hole within the backside of this cave suggests that they have been dragged or removed from these rolls in that direction of that hole. Now, with your nature check of 11, there you go. This could be some sort of creature, burrowing creature, you're not sure, but what catches your eye is the fact that the hole in the actual wall itself is perfectly circular. There is no imperfection within. Now, stretching your eyes and the rest of the party, as you're able now to see some of you, I would probably say it's difficult for those without dark vision. But what you can see from the actual hole, it is descending in a gradual descent, and there are things engraved in the perfect laser-etched stonework of the cylinder that extends in the descension into the earth. Ezekiel, you go in. You're now in the cave. I'm assuming you're going into the hole, but you're in the cave, right, with everyone else?
Correct.
Okay.
The
Yes.
little so the shimmy thing that we have to crawl through, is it Regmore size or is it quite Nene size?
You can get through the crack to get to the cave that currently everyone's at.
Reg will shimmy through as best he can.
You said there were engravings on the side of the tunnel?
Inside of the cylindrical tunnel that begins to descend into the earth, there are engravings. They seem to be in a spiralized pattern as they begin to continue down into the depths.
I am going to wait for someone else to go in first, but like when someone does, I'm going to follow them, and I'm also going to do a history. I'm going to try and see if there's any if these are historical significance or if they're kind of just engravings, like they're made naturally, by maybe a creature's movement, maybe if they were made there and they're like some engravings of historical significance. You know what I mean? Like,
Just
I'll
looking at
walk
it,
up.
just looking at it with your flat and walking up, Othala along with Sal, looking at the hole and kind of stretching and seeing. What really becomes apparent here, the legs nearby you, is that the smell is coming from the legs, not necessarily down in the hole. In addition, there is a warmth and humidity that is creating an effect of moisture throughout. It seems as though in this particular spot, it is roughly 40 degrees Fahrenheit, unlike the 50 degrees Fahrenheit of the outside currently. The spiralization are runes, As they spiral around, they seem to be runic lettering as they're continuing spiraling down into the earth of the depths. The cylinder has no flat part. It is perfectly circular.
And this goes out into the ground, not.
It is at an angle. It is at an angle of about 15 to 20 degrees degrade from the.
Does it look like we could like
base.
walk down it?
Correct. You could walk down this, so it's like a grade of like that.
Yeah. We ready?
I'm gonna
Right.
try and see if I can recognize runes.
Yeah, the same. If we could decipher these runes.
I'm not necessarily trying to decipher them like Athala. I'm just trying to recognize them. Like, say maybe like who they belong to, stuff like that.
Rich will take up Vanguard to crawl down the hole.
If there's room side by side, I'll go side by side with Reg.
Okay, so Thala and Zell, as you begin to study, Ezekiel and Reg begin to push past, going side by side down the hole. Or the tunnel, I should say. I'll go both of you please make, or at least just one of you, make an Arcana advantage, or both of you make Arcana checks separately. Your choice.
Let's do it individual.
Okay.
This is a major off.
All with a 13 and Zell with a 16, the language is foreign and unfamiliar to you both. You are unsure of what this means.
Okay then.
Can I check?
Got it.
Yeah, I asked if I could check too. I didn't know what language it was in.
So Thala and Zell can finish your Arcana. Ezekiel and Reg begin to continue to move down. As you both continue to move down, something odd happens to the runes. It seems as though they begin to glow with each of your footsteps as you begin to descend. Nearby you, Ezekiel, the runes glow with gold. And nearby you, Reg, they glow silver as they begin to spiralize down into the depths, almost as if they are moving like a bullet within a chamber of a rifle, and they continue to spiral down at fast velocity, continuing to the depths into the darkness.
Look over at Reg's. That's normal, right?
Can I make
Um,
figure out what's going on now since it's separate? Because that was like an actual
No.
fight.
Look, we I know we want to study this and we can, but if people are dying or alive, we need to go find them, and we can study this on the way out.
I mean,
We
it's
can
not,
research it later.
it's not even
So Zal-
studying at this point. It's just trying to figure out what we're going to be dealing
So
with.
Zal, you have rolled your check. You have not been
Okay.
able to determine what these are. You can always make your own assumptions based on the observations of your character. But for an Arcana check, does not yield you results.
oh, Ezekiel, run for it.
Yeah, run sounds good.
Are you running into it or out of it?
Into it.
Into it.
All right. I see you take off, and I'm gonna go right behind you. It's like, hold up, hold up!
Yeah,
If
we
I
gotta
hear
I
go.
don't
them
want to be
running,
left behind. This could be fun.
Well,
I
you can
try
see
and
them.
piggyback on Ezekiel.
Well, Ezekiel is far down with Reg at this point. You have distance of
Okay.
many feet.
I try and find the closest large person I can piggyback on.
It'd probably be me, and I'm
be
kicking you as
Dirty
soon as you
Joe.
try to grab onto my back.
Yeah, I'm gone.
Regardless of that,
Get off me!
who all is proceeding down the tunnel?
I am.
I believe we all are.
All are. Okay. As you begin to descend, you travel the space. It seems as though hours have passed by, unclear, but continuing down as they continue to spiralize down. Now, provided in some of these runes as they spiralize down, dim light is given as they continuously go down. It becomes apparent as Dirty Joe, yours begin to glow with this ghastly black light. Thala, yours is white. And Thea, yours is red. The runes begin to glow and vibrate downwards at a velocity of quickened pace. Eventually, of the descent, you have gone a great amount within the actual mountain rock of the earth, coming to this particular space. As the light in front of you begins to glow with a reddish hue, piercing outwards in a crystallized fashion, the tunnel ends as now there is a flooring of an odd color and shape as it's giving off heat. It resembles that of kind of steam and some of the drips of moisture, but that moisture ceases. Some sort of barrier up ahead, approximately 10 feet, creates, and the moisture is almost dripping from that barrier, falling down. It's invisible. You're unable to understand why that's happening, just off first glance. The floor itself, upon stepping upon the tile, is warm and heated. You can see it within the space in front of you is a pillar extending to a ceiling height that is not observable, because currently here it's about 9 feet, but at the head it seems to be larger of this circular room and space. At its backside, there's 2 small purplish orbs within emblems of gold and silver. They are currently bouncing up and down on either side of the wall there. An aura is emanating from them. Embedded within the pillar appears to be reddish crystals. These crystals resemble the cavern above, but they are pigmented with red, and they are currently bouncing off this crystallized light. Unpaused.
How much can we sell this stuff for?
Rich, could you give me that dark vision thing again?
Is it light up or lit up down here?
Well, it might very soon not be.
You'll be fine.
Sergio, you can always light a torch if you want.
We got torches.
Yeah.
You know, let's try to save his resources if we can.
Are you lighting a torch, Sergio?
Sure.
Reg will go over to the silver orb.
Does the reddish crystal look familiar to me?
The reddish crystal
it look
itself
similar?
does not look familiar to you. You see that the reddish crystal itself is translucent in its coloration. It seems to be pigmented, similar in crystalline structure as those in the cavern above. It forms geometrical shapes of a variety as it protrudes from the bedrock of itself, this blackened rock. It encircles around the pillar that extends, now seeing that the ceiling height is roughly 25 feet and is domed. Entire of this actual pillar upon coming to it is cylindrical of the same runes, now stretching and looking in invisible range. With the torchlight, you can see that these runes are forming a pattern of 6. As the pattern of 6 is reaching up, they go up into the ceiling, and then they sprawl in a spiderweb of tendrils of the same pattern. Then from the ceiling, they work themselves into the walls, falling into the tiling floor, and then ending in pattern of 6. The same runes in pattern of 6. 2 of these, the orbs themselves are purplish. They're held within kind of these inlays of golden circlets, right? As they're hovering, bouncing back and forth. But the orbs themselves, they are purple. Now, coming into the room, you can see that there's energy, this electricity that's bouncing back and forth between them.
Reg will pull out his stone, the silver stone that he was given, and see if it's roughly the same color or any kind of reaction going on with the color of the runes going off.
Doesn't seem to be a reaction at this point. As you hold it up, there's nothing that seems to happen. No coloration or spiralizing from the pillar going upwards, similar to the tunnel you just have entered through.
What does the lightning do, guys?
I think we're about to figure that out. Zell,
So,
lit up
let
his
me toss you.
Stick your wheelie in it, see what happens.
Have all my body parts spiral.
Well, it seems like you weren't using it up to now, so.
Perhaps one of your familiars, maybe? Or an object, I don't know.
You know what? Yeah, is there like a little rock we can get from the tunnel and throw in there?
No, it was perfectly smooth.
I mean, okay.
I'm just
Gotta
gonna
go all the way back up to
take
the
off,
cave
like-
to find this rock.
I'm gonna take a little piece of my rations and just toss it in, see what happens.
Nothing happened.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
I think this might have something to do with our stones, since I mean, 6 people,
Professor
6
Joe.
room with filled with 6 stuff with like 6 all over it. I mean, could be related to that.
Should we all hold our stones out or something in a circle? I don't know.
Joe,
Maybe
that's
something
impressive
happens if you
magic.
click them together.
Maybe.
Reg's going to take a deep breath and then reach out with his hand, the stone in his hand, into the lightning.
As you reach out with stone in your hand into the lightning begins on either side, tracing across your arm, then working onto your body. They go blue. As they glow blue, they begin to pull you, stretching yourself through a liquefied wall. After that, the wall becomes solid. Reg, you're on the other side.
Oh, damn it, he did it again.
Or we get
Okay.
He's always find a way to run away.
anything else. We are at 8:25 p.m. PST. It's
I
probably
think
a
we
good
only get
time.
all of them.
It's probably a good time to stop, so that way before we get into any sort of mischievousness.
Can we play for 4 more hours, Michael?
Damn, we played 4
Yeah.
hours.
Just 4 more.
Can we at least go for like another hour, maybe 2 hours, finish the next combat encounter? Because I feel like there's one coming
You
up.
don't need
Yeah,
sleep.
sure. We could finish at 1:30.
I think some of you are an EST, and I think some of you also have a lot of other things that you got to get to here. And I think it's a good stopping point.
I think those are excuses.
Those are
Listen,
excuses.
there's no
That's fine.
tyranny
You
to-
all want to keep going? That's cool. Go for another.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I could go for at least another 2 hours. So.
No,
I mean, I
I'm
just
joking. Guy, you have a child. I got a child. We gotta go.
Yeah.
I have an awful cough.
So
Got
sorry,
work
Lucas.
tomorrow.
So sorry, Lucas. Way to be young, Lucas. This is I could be out here for 9 hours.
Woe is youth.
I would go until 5 a.m. if I
Yeah.
had to.
It's more a comment of how much fun it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I just
hope it
got
has
sucked
been
through a
enjoyable.
wall. We can't leave this here.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
whatever, guys.
No, I think it's a good leaving point.
That's good. Suspension.
Makes you look forward to the rest of the week for the next sessions.
This
Mhm.
feels like the most obvious cliffhanger ever. I'm just saying that.
Maybe Red's dead. Maybe
I've
he's
got a
alive.
date with a horny gnome coming up. That's
mean,
gonna be
We need to
fun.
get to that point at least. We need to see what happens with the gnome.
It
Maybe.
doesn't look very friendly on this side of the wall.
You can. You can't say anything. Don't out of character. Don't out of character.
Oh, I know.
Red, I think it would be good to hold back as you walk through. You're like, oh!
It's scary on this side.
I mean, if there's full of balloons and clowns. They got birthday cake.
That is scary.
Aw.
It's real scary.
Good. All right.
All right, so I calculated that to
So-
be 960 experience each. It should put you at 5,836 experience total, if I did my math right. Hopefully you all had a very enjoyable time. I did. It was awesome to see all the beautiful RP, and it was really cool to see the on the dinner party there, like how it went from like it was so weird, the transitions of some of those things, but you definitely, I think, came to a point of kind of realization, which is good. I think there was some realization there, and kind of coming to, and then getting back into the tavern, and then grouping together in the little room, and really like talking it out. It was really nice to see. I think you did all a really awesome job role playing and kind of immersing yourselves into the roles and really pulling out. I think it was really good to see today. So if anybody's watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and close it out, and we'll see you next week.
Sick.
Take care, everybody.
6.